and we'll get right back into it. One thing I will say about this game is the loading times are very fast, and the saving times as well. You just click and you're in. So this is our base. Our smoothly running sushi science machine, although right now only half the labs are running because we have a shortage of blue science, but I think I did actually solve that at the end of last stream when I realised I had forgotten to hook up half of the blue science machines. Yes, so I just hooked up these extra ones, and I think that's going to be okay now. One thing I did want to do was set up military science. I haven't prioritised military science because we are playing with the biters turned off, and so we don't actually need the military technologies for anything. However, I would quite like to research them anyway, because there's an achievement for researching all technologies, which I would like to get whilst I'm playing a non-modded playthrough, and I can actually get achievements. And also, I think it's just nice, given that I'm streaming the game, to show off every aspect of it. So I think we'll say that we'll put military science here. Science is the grey science packs. We do have them unlocked already. We need piercing round, magazines, grenades, and walls. These are all things that we have made before, but we only made a few of them by hand for tree clearing purposes. Piercing round magazine is made out of normal magazines, which are made out of iron, and then copper and steel. So we just need iron, copper and steel. We have all those things on the belt already. Actually, we don't have copper because apparently I forgot to continue the copper belt over here. I just stopped it. Let's solve that problem first. As usual, I apologise if the screen is a little dark during the night and it's not easy to see on the stream. But I am playing without mods. And I will put down lights wherever possible. I would quite like to remove this cliff so that I can build out this science without having to move all the belts up or something. So another thing we should deal with today is setting up cliff explosives. Cliff explosives are made out of explosives, barrels, and grenades. For some reason, explosives and grenades don't require military science research to unlock them, because I have them unlocked and I haven't done any military research. We also have night vision goggles, radars, gun turrets, and other things that I would consider to be military. But it sort of makes sense for the progression that that's how they work. Explosives are actually made in a chemical plant, so maybe before we build our military science, we'll build some cliff explosives and get rid of this cliff. Tibago says, it's not that far off the current flower number. Max number of emote slots is 60 static, 60 animated. Yes, that's true, I suppose. That's still quite far short of the number of wildflowers. But you're right, there are quite a lot. Well, if anybody would like me to get to 300 subs a month and 70 concurrent viewer average, or whatever it is you need for Partner Plus, then by all means do so. But I think that might be a bit of an optimistic goal at this stage. Hello to Sly Spike, who says, the cliff would quite like to remove you too. Is that meant as a threat? But hello and welcome in, Sly Spike. As I'm sure you've realised, playing Factorio today. And we're just about to set up explosives. And yeah, I mean, I may feel a little bad sometimes about cutting down all these trees, but I don't feel quite as bad about demolishing the cliffs. I'm already excavating vast amounts of stone from over here, so a little bit more isn't going to hurt. Right, do I have any chemical plants? No. Maybe, actually, yeah, let's set a couple more logistic requests here so that the bots keep me stocked with things I need, like pipes. And big power lines. And assembly machines. I haven't automated manufacturing chemical plants yet, so they can't keep me stocked with those. But they can keep me stocked with all the ingredients I need to make those. And then I'm still. I know it results in a very stretched out factory, but I'm putting each type of building here and leaving a space, and then however much of something I need, I can just expand it horizontally. Slice Spike says, I have realised I found you through the Factorio category. Yes, we were just talking about that, actually. LT Bago was saying it's like if I was talking too much rather than playing the game. T-Bag was saying, oh, it's okay. We don't mind if you chat a lot. We're watching the stream for you, not for the game. And I'm like, well, that's not really true. There are definitely people out there who are watching it for the game. People who are browsing the categories. Okay, where was I? I did have a nice, neat arrangement of pipes here. But whether I've stuck to it, I'm not quite sure. Yeah, I would need to move this in order to run the water pipe down the side here. Oops. There we go. And then I'm out of iron. Oh, and the bots are not bringing me. I suppose the bots won't bring me stuff because I'm not in Roboport range. I need to extend my Roboport network down here into the chemical plant area. Altibago says, not only would you need partner, you'd also need 10,000 sub points. Wait, does anyone actually have that? I'm surprised the Twitch would make emote slots that nobody can actually unlock. That seems a bit silly. But maybe they do. Slicebike says, aha, sorry, I'm just a factory addict. I mean, you're in good company here. I've played a lot of Factorio. This is my first playthrough of the vanilla game from start to finish on my own. I mostly join, in the past I've mostly joined multiplayer servers and then worked on someone else's base or just watched what other people do. So I wanted to actually do a playthrough of my own, and then if that goes well, which I think it is, I think this is a good game to stream, I am probably going to do the Space Age expansion after that. Right now this is just regular old Factorio. We need coal and sulfur to make these. We do already have sulfur coming down here. So I just need to come a bit further. Maybe if I do a splitter like that. Will work. Slicebike says your stream seems very cozy so far. Thank you, Slicebike. I'm glad you feel that way. I do try to keep things cozy, certainly. Right, we need to get some of this coal down here as well. Another I didn't plan when I put this coal line in what else I was going to need it for. See if we can weave our way in between the belts here. There we go. And we actually want the coal to be on the other side of the belt from the sulfur. So I think we just do that. Should work. And then that should be everything we need. And then the explosives themselves. The main thing we want to do with these at the moment is turn them into cliff explosives. These are just made in an assembling machine, aren't they? Do we need explosives for the science? No, we need grenades. You'd think grenades would be made of explosives. But they're not. They're just made of coal and iron. This is not quite how real life works, but it's okay. So I think at the moment we don't actually need to belt these explosives anywhere. So I'm just going to set up an assembler here and hand feed it with the other things we need, because we only need a few of these at the moment. We already have some grenades. And barrels, I think, are just made of steel. Yeah. Okay. It's usually worth automating things, but I'd have to run the explosives all the way back up to the rest of my factory, so I won't bother at the moment. Okay, LTBago says Kai Senat currently has 434,455 subs. That's a lot of subs. So that's a monthly income of about $1 million just from subs, never mind bits, ad revenue, and so on. It's a lot. Especially since I've not really even vaguely heard of them or what they do. I think it's a sign I'm getting old. The internet now is dominated by Gen Z personalities that I don't know who they are. If I look at their date of birth, it looks like a typo, and I'm like, no, you can't have been born in 2006. What? It's not right. But congratulations to them for reaching that subscriber count. Whatever they do, they must be good at it. Okay. Cliff explosives are on the way. Are you a Kai Senat viewer, Harry, or T-Bago? I know you both spend a long time on Twitch, so you probably know more than me about these things. I really only watch people who fall within our little circle of friends. So the CCC Anomaly streamers and some of their streamer friends. And the occasional streamer that's recommended to me by LTBagger. How many explosives are we going to need to get rid of this cliff? Probably only about 5 or 6. And then I'll leave this machine. I'll leave this machine making a few more if we need them again. Okay, let's go with that for now. These trees should consider themselves lucky that I haven't had to expand my factory here yet. Yeah, I might just put another row of copper mines in. The reason being, I'd quite like to use up all of this copper at the same time, and not be sat with like one tiny bit of copper that's not been mined yet. We do have a bigger copper mine bringing with trains bringing it in, but this was our starting patch. Here we go. Multibago says he puts a lot of effort into the setup of his stream. That it's not for me. Right, we just got an achievement for destroying a cliff. And let's celebrate by destroying a few more. There we go. So I tend to watch streamers with fewer than about, let's say, average 50 viewers maybe. Although it's not really the view count that matters, it's how many chatters they have. If I wanted to watch popular content where I wasn't, because the thing for me is Twitch is all about interacting with the streamer. That's the whole point. If I wanted to watch content where I don't interact with the streamer, then I just watch YouTube. And there's lots of popular YouTubers that I'd watch them instead of the streamer. Oh, did the stream go down? Sorry, apologies if the stream disappeared. I didn't see anything on my end. But yes, it looks like everything's working at the moment. Sorry about that. Harry says, I mostly watch, and then puts a bunch of emotes in chat. Kolo, Rooney, Ophelia, me. Is that Little Lil? Yeah, Little Lil, Izzy the Penguin, and Lana the Panda. Yes, that's quite a big overlap with the people I watch. Let me actually move these over one space. So this is going to be the firearm magazine, also known as yellow ammo. There's yellow ammo and red ammo. People like to name things after colours in this game. And all these need is iron. So that's easy enough to set up. Altibago says, it's pretty cool that two of the most subbed people on Twitch are a person of colour and a disabled woman, that being Iron Mouse. Yes, I agree, I think you kind of share my opinion on this, Tibago. I think it's much more important what somebody is like as a person and what sort of content they put out than what colour they are or what gender they are. But given all that's happening in the world and the discrimination that those groups are facing, I agree that it's good that Twitch is a place where they can thrive. Right, I'm trying to figure out a thing here so I can feed the firearm magazine straight into here. Although, do I actually need it in this ratio? No, because these take 1 second each, don't they? And these take 3 seconds each. Do I need more of these than these? Yeah, in that case, let me have a belt here. And just like do a silly little loop and feed them back down like this. Actually, we don't need to leave space. Don't need to leave space here, we can just do that. Hello, Ren. Welcome in. Happy Sunday. Thank you for redeeming your flower of the day. Harry says, was down just long enough to double check my phone. Okay, sorry about that. Ren says, Facto Rio. Yes, Ren, I think, is another fan of this type of game, this genre of game. Although Harry is probably the biggest factory game fan in the stream right now, out of my regular viewers. I know he's been doing a lot of Satisfactory recently, which is It's not the same as this game. There are differences, but it is, in a way, it's like a 3D factory building game. So I would say it's in the same genre. Now for these we need copper and steel. I think I'm going to stick those both on the same belt. So that's going to look something like that. I have been doing a satisfactory playthrough of my own. Although not recently, I haven't really had time to dedicate to it. I have been doing one of my own. I've been doing it off stream because it's a first-person 3D game, and I try to avoid those on stream unless, like, it's a puzzle game. Just like, I don't want to play first-person shooters because the movement is a bit too much for some people. But I'll play 3D puzzle games on stream. And given that we already had Factorio to be getting on with, I figured that was probably enough factory building for my streams. I like to keep things varied. I like to do puzzle games, and then also throw in other things from now and then, like platformers, as we had with Celeste. Harry says, I just finished Phase 4 today. Phase 5 looks complicated. Yeah, Phase 5 is when you have to start doing aluminium smelting, isn't it? I haven't finished Phase 4. I have everything I would need to do Phase 4. I just haven't bothered to make all the space elevator parts yet. I was trying to build up that huge factory building that I showed you before I moved on to Phase 5. Okay, we have 1/3 of the things we need for grey science. Grenades and walls. Grenades are easy. They're just coal and iron. Although, having said that, I don't think we have coal. No, we don't have coal in our belts. Okay. I'm going to go into... We're obviously mining coal, we're just not bringing it along here. So let's go and do that. Also, I really need to research robot speed upgrades because at the moment the robots chase me, but I'm faster than they are. So unless I stop running, I never actually get my ingredients. Oh, Phase 4 is the aluminium stuff. Okay. Right. So yes. So I've done Phase 3 but not Phase 4, that's right, yeah. So I haven't looked at the aluminium stuff yet, but that's next on my list to do. Phase 5 is endgame stuff that's not in early access. Okay. I think I only vaguely know what that is then. I think I've seen some screenshots on people's Discords and so on of Phase 5 things, but that would be about it. We have very, very nearly used up our entire starting iron patch here. We're down to our last 9 miners? Oh, actually there's some iron here. For the sake of 64 pieces of iron, let's put a miner down there. Oh, we can put one there as well. And then there's always this awkward bit where you've got two different products, which you can do with the splitter. The problem is, in order to mine two types of ore and then split them, you need the belts for both types to be moving to keep it flowing. Because we're hardly using any stone at the moment, if I tried to do one with a filter, it would fill up with stone and then back up, and you wouldn't get any of the iron out. So I think I'm just going to leave it now. Although, actually, what I could do... this is a bit silly, but when has that ever stopped me? I can put an underground belt in, and if you stop and think about this for a moment, it doesn't make any sense. You're putting the belt underground underneath the miner, which is then drilling down. So how is it not just mining the belt? But somehow it works. Don't question it. Okay, and then here is our coal, which is already going on a bit of a spaghetti journey through my base here. I think we can maybe squeeze it in next to stone. We do this. At some point I'll redo this little area here, but not now. Oops. Fun fact, because you walk faster when running on a belt, assuming you're going in the same direction as the belt, the most optimal way to place belts is to stand on the belt and run like this, sort of Wallace and Gromit style. Which you can also do with trains, which is even more Wallace and Gromit. Oh, I need to blow this cliff up at the moment at some point. Just the fact that this is here annoys me, but I already used all my cliff explosives. Okay. Let's send this belt this way. Oops. Not what I wanted to do. And then let's bring in coal and iron. I think it's probably overkill to have a whole belt of each, but never mind. That's what we'll do. I think this is the only thing that uses coal that I'm going to need to make, so we can just bring the coal belt. Grenades. Let's not forget lights. Will be dark soon, I'm sure. Let's actually do this so that the... how do I want to do this? I want the ammo to be on the other side of the belt. Which we can do like that. There we go. And then I'll have the grenades. So the grenades and red ammo will share a belt after this. Then our last ingredient is going to be walls. Walls are made out of bricks. The sort of insight that you come to this stream for, I'm sure. We already have bricks on the belt, so that's okay. Walls. Walls are... yeah, walls craft in half a second, but need 5 bricks each, so I think this is going to call for fast inserters. Then this plus this is everything we need for military science. Which I shall put here. You come up with some strange emote combinations. I almost feel like gifting you some subs to some more streamers, just so that you can have more emotes to play with. Okay. Military science packs. Now. Done. have a very, very long belt to build to get them all the way back over there to join our other science packs. I think right now, yellow science has a belt to itself, so we can share the yellow belt. Just this. I'm not sure why I've gone back to cutting trees down manually, but there's not many of them here. Okay. We need a belt there. There. With that done, we have pretty much built everything we need to build in our factory now, apart from the final assembly of the rocket and its parts. And things like rocket fuel and so on. However, it would be quite slow going at the moment to try and do that. We definitely need to increase the throughput of some parts of our factory before we try and tackle rockets. First thing I'm going to do actually is queue up a military science research, just so that we've done one, because you get an achievement for doing one. There is also an achievement for researching every technology. I don't know if I'll do that on stream or not. I don't want the stream to ever come to the point where I'm just sitting around waiting for technologies to finish. If it gets to that point, then you know I'll say that we'll probably have better things to be doing. Looks like we are running a bit short of steel. You'll notice all my belts are full, apart from this one, and the coal, but we're still producing it. I think it would be a good idea to expand our steel smelting. Which actually, yeah, we upgraded the iron to steel furnaces. We never upgraded the steel. So what we need to do is that. And then, in theory, the bots would go and do it for us. Did I automate steel furnaces? Remember if I did or not? Good thing about this game is you can fly around in the map view and look at your base. Yeah, we did. They're down there. Okay. So there we go. Oh yeah. If you sit around a bit, the bots answer my question for me by bringing the furnaces. There we are. So now the steel furnaces will operate twice as fast. Of course, that does mean we need to feed them twice as much iron. So let's upgrade the iron belt as well. Slice Bike says, I've never played a game of Factorio where I have too much steel. Yeah, steel is one of those things that's easy to run out of. Personally, I've always found it tends to be circuits that we run out of. First, especially once you get the blue circuits going. But steel is a close second, I think. Right, we are actually not making enough coal now, which is potentially a problem because our entire power generation is currently reliant on coal. So I think bringing in more coal by train might be a good idea. There is a coal patch right next to the track over here. There's also one there. And one there. So we have plenty of choices. Let's set up another train station. Actually, do some copying and pasting. Make life easier. The The bots would build it for me, except that the whole thing isn't quite within Roboport range. We can always plop down another Roboport to solve that issue. Call this load coal and colour it appropriately. Oh, not connected to rail. Yeah, I know it's not connected to rail. That's because we haven't built the rail yet. We're going to have to reconfigure this a little bit to allow for the rest of this junction. I don't have a proper two-way rail network set up yet. I'm just working off of one two-way line going this way and one two-way line going this way. I don't have enough trains yet that it's an issue. At some point I'll need to come up with something a bit better. I've just realised that this line and this line are not the same. Like my junction is asymmetrical, which is annoying me, so I'm going to fix it. This is probably the part of the game where I get run over by a train. So what does that one go like? That one goes like that. I think. No, it doesn't. It goes like that. Yeah, there we go. That matches now. Now I should be able to copy this one to here. Sorry, it's once again dark and you won't be able to see what I'm doing. And then this just needs to merge back into here. That. Okay, perfect. Right, now we'll shut this up about complaining it doesn't have any railway. And as you can see, the bots have helpfully built the part that they were able to build. Oh, I haven't automated rail signals either, so build that myself. Oops. My lines. Hello, Dragon Girl _89. Welcome in. Thank you for redeeming Beach as your flower of the day. Dragon Girl is a veteran Factorio player. I have joined many multiplayer games with her over the years. We've always had a ton of fun. And unfortunately, Dragon, today I am playing a single player game. But that's because I never, believe it or not, Dragon, I never actually finished this game on my own. I only ever finished it being part of other people's multiplayer games. So I wanted to do a playthrough on my own to actually finish it and get the achievements. And then at some point I want to do Space Age expansion as well. Dragon, I don't know if you've played the Space Age expansion. Then we are too, says Dragon, yes. Is Space Age something that you might do at some point? Because if you do it on a server, I would let you join. The Space Age is hard, says Dragon. It does look complicated. From what I've seen of it, it does look complicated. Every new planet they add seems to have completely different stuff. Let's, just to get this working, let's bring this down to 1 lane and hook it into the coal, which actually is going to mean coming down here. New planets, new headaches. Yeah, I think I'm not finding it too bad. The base game now, having played it on servers with people. Like I've managed to have a fairly organised base. Dragon says, do you have enemies on? No, so I have biters off for this because I prefer focusing on like the puzzle element of the game and the factory building part of the game, rather than the military part of the game. But if I do Space Age, I'll have enemies on for that. I think you have to have enemies on for that, otherwise some of the planets don't work. I'm not actually sure. I actually don't have enough steel to make a locomotive, so let's fix that problem. By nomming up some of this steel. Nom 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 nom. That's not enough. Nom 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 nom. Like we're actually short of bricks now as well. I don't know if that's just because it's still filling up the buffers for science. Oh, actually no, we're short of bricks because we're short of stone. Ah. I might also have to bring in stone by train then. Although actually there's quite a lot of untapped mining capacity for stone here. Still, so let's use some of it. Let's try not to pick up any coal by mistake. This is really only a problem you have with your starting ore patches, at least on the default settings. Maybe if you really turned up the number of patches, you would get them touching each other, but with the default settings, the patches are spaced out enough that you never really have them touching except right at the start of the game when you're doing your first setup. Also, I accidentally unpowered my entire factory by removing one power pole. That was silly of me. The Emma. It looks like I should fit a miner here, but this is not stone, this is iron, so I'm not going to. Okay, so the coal is going to come through here. It'll go through the coal mine. That should be fine. It'll keep the belt filled. Altibago says, I need Emma to find a puzzle where the trees fight back. I mean, there are definitely games that have animated trees as enemies of various types. Such games definitely exist. Okay, this is going to be our coal train. We are just fueling it appropriately with coal. Do I have everything I would need to build a mine? I have lots of mining drills, I have lots of belts, I have power poles. I don't have a train stop. I have rails, I have lights, I have inserters. Yeah, I think I have everything. Okay, let's go and hook up a coal mine. Whoops. Okay, small problem. I've wired this train backwards. I just pressed forwards then and the train went the other way. That is not what I meant to do at all. To the Emma. That's better. Dragon says we'll have to go bye. Oh, sorry that you have to go. I always stream so late for you, don't I, Dragon? And you're never here for long. Thank you for dropping in and enjoy the week ahead. Okay, probably just use this coal patch because it's huge. Right next to the base. We need to build a little loop of rail so that we don't interfere with access to the iron mine. Is it going to fit there just about? How do I want to do this? Actually, that might not be the best way of doing it. I'd quite like to have the station be here. Question is, how do we get back? We can connect this to the railway easily enough. Doing that. I should have brought more cliff explosives with me, actually. Okay, don't try this at home, but I'm just going to do this. This is not a recommended building technique. It's fine for a low traffic situation like this, I think. Okay. And then there. This is coal. Coal. Wait until full cargo, go to unload coal and wait until empty cargo. And there will be more. I didn't bring enough steel for 2 more wagons, but there will be 2 more wagons on this train. I promise. Actually, no, 3 more wagons. Yeah, that's right. I'm doing my trains with 1 engine and 4 wagons, apart from oil, which it was just the 1 tank. Ren says when you zoom out, it's a teeny tiny train. Ren referencing previous games that we've played. You are quite correct, Ren. You can zoom out a long way in this game. If you think my base is getting big, this is the minimum zoom level. And people have made bases that would not fit on the screen at this zoom level. Sorry, I need to redo these signals so that the I need to redo these signals so that the train will actually use this track. It's not going to at the moment. Two-way signals are always tricky. I think I need 1 there and 1 here. Actually, no, this is a 1-way. This is, yeah, the trains are only going to go out this way, but they're going to go 2 ways here because the iron trains are still coming out this way. There we go. And then we also need to signal this crossing, which fortunately is only a 1-way crossing. There we go. Okay. In fact, we can signal this as well. That's 1 way. This is 2 way. LT Bago says, WTF Ren, that's amazing. You need to check Discord, Emma. Okay, Emma is checking Discord. Ren appears to have put me into the game. Or perhaps more accurately is making commentary on the fact that I look a bit like one of the portraits in the gallery section of Taiji. I think that's what Ren is trying to say here. He's adjusted the portrait to have a flower in its hair and be holding a shark. I don't want to bring the whole Discord up on stream, but this is what Ren has made. I'm afraid I don't have a necklace with exactly 6 beads on it. Also, is the eye of the blowhigh supposed to count as a dot here? Because that changes the solution of the puzzle. In fact, it might even break the puzzle so that it no longer has a solution. Well, thank you for that, Ren. Yes, I am slowly trying to add mementos to past games we have played onto my streaming shelf. So far, all I have is a boxed copy of Dorfromantik, the board game, and the Monsters Expedition plushie. But maybe I can think of something to add for Taiji. We'll also be adding a Celeste plushie, but not until January or perhaps even February. Depending on how long it takes them to get here. Right. That will give us 4 lanes. I think we can just fit 4 lanes of mining into this coal mine. LT Bago says, is that technically the first piece of fan art? Oh god, Emma fan art. I guess, yeah, I guess it depends what you count as fan art. Because a lot of my emotes are depicting me, and some of them were done by request, like the spin one. But they were paid commissions, so I'm sure Loon is a fan of my streams, but she wouldn't have done them if I wasn't paying. So. I think maybe it is. Oh god, what does that mean? Do I need to start stocking merch now? Is there going to be Emma merch? What would that even be? Like personalised blowhighs or something? Still waiting for IKEA to reach out with the sponsorship deal. I haven't heard anything from them yet. Emerge, exactly. Yeah, I'm not taking a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship or anything stupid like that. So I can't imagine it would ever happen. Like I like to think that I have some degree of ethical obligation. Probably the only products I would accept a sponsorship from are those that would never actually sponsor a streamer, because that's not the sort of advertising they do. Slicebike says, wait, we have a blowhigh redeem here, and then immediately followed. Clearly, well, thank you for the follow, but also, yeah, you don't have to redeem it immediately because Harry's just redeemed it, but I guess we have a double blowhigh redeem now. And a show outfit. Okay. Clearly people don't want me to play the game. Tibago says, as much as you like giving hugs, I'm not going to suggest a Dakimakura. Well, yeah. Let's not go there. I did consider, yeah, have a channel point redeem like 200,000 channel points. Come and visit Emma in person. The problem is I'd have to retroactively make Harry redeem it because he's already visited me. Let's go and fetch the blowhigh. This is Blowhigh. He is soft and cuddly, and we love him. Blowhigh says, Slicebike. Well, I'm trans femme, so I have to have a Blowhigh. It's the rules. It comes with the territory. Unironically, IKEA plushies are very nice and big and soft and cuddly, and I also have the octopus. But yeah, it became a sort of meme on my channel, so now most streams somebody redeems it and then I sit and hold it whilst I try and play the game whilst having a blowhigh, almost blocking my view of the screen and definitely blocking my view of the keyboard. My outfit today is just this pink flower dress with belt. I hope you like my belt. It is very shiny. Heron to Birds always had these really wide belts, and I wanted to have one like she does. But there we are. Ultivago says, ooh, shiny. It is shiny. I have one that's not shiny as well, but I like the shiny one. Shiny is good. Ooh. And now you see why I have a spin emote as well. Okay, Blowhigh will be accompanying us. He is now assistant factory supervisor. I expect you to tell me if I'm doing anything wrong, Blowhigh. Oh, there we go. We really don't need this much coal. But I feel like if I'm building a mine, I might as well build it as big as I can. And then not worry about coal for the rest of the game. Ren says, does the day-night cycle affect gameplay? Not really. Not as far as I'm aware in the vanilla game. I'm sure there's mods where it does. Like, enemies can attack at any time of day and stuff like that. It affects gameplay in the sense that it makes it harder for you to see what you're doing. And there are solutions to that, such as lights, and also, where is it? Night vision goggles. Although they make the screen a sort of, like a sort of fuzzy effect in a tinted colour. So again, that's not ideal for viewers. And yeah, the main thing is solar panels don't work at night. But you can get around that by building accumulators, which basically function as batteries. So yeah, it's not like, I don't think anyone's ever built a solar powered factory that only runs at night. You just have accumulators to keep the power level up at night. But yeah, it's not like Minecraft where the monsters spawn in the dark. And when I've played on my own, I have played with a mod to just turn the brightness up. But mods disable achievements. Have I placed all those inserters? I've placed all these inserters the wrong way round. Emma, you idiot. There we go. Okay, one coal mine. And since I am lazy, I'm going to say go straight back. There we go. And turn this train off because I do want to put 3 more wagons on it before it leaves again. I know we don't need 3 more belts worth of throughput while we're only using one of them, but eventually... wait. What? What? Why is the copper on my iron? What the hell is going on here? What? These are iron trains. Why are they unloading copper? What's happened? How did copper get on the iron belt? Oh no! Oh dear, this is a disaster. No! My iron plate line is full of copper. Help! What the hell? How did that happen? For God's sake. Okay. This is a slight situation. Oops. Remarkably, this build is still okay. I honestly would love to know how I managed that. Did I send the iron train to the copper mine by mistake? Hang on, where's the trains thing? Oh, yeah, that would do it. I realised what I did. So the way that I made the copper station was I copy and pasted the iron station. And then I renamed the stop to unload copper. And what I forgot was, when you rename a stop in Factorio, it renames all stops with the same name. So I now have 2 unload copper stops. So the iron train is unloading at unload copper, and the copper train is also unloading at unload copper. Okay, of all the times Emma has been an idiot, this is probably one of the biggest. Don't worry, we can fix it, I promise. Possibly. First of all, let me put a robo board over here, which I was going to do ages ago. There we go. The smoothest brain yet. Yeah, something like that. This stop here is supposed to be called unload iron, and it's not, it's called unload copper. If I just go change stop name unload iron. Oops, I'm going to get in the train. Okay, that one's still called unload copper. This is supposed to be the iron train. The stop's now the wrong colour as well. I do apologise, Sly Spike. I'm usually better at games than this. So this needs to not unload copper. It needs to unload iron until empty. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put filters on these inserters. I probably should have done that to start with. If I put a filter on this inserter, then it can't unload the wrong thing. I feel like I should probably have done that from the start. Well, at least it's unloading, says Slice Bike. This is true. Filter this one to coal as well, just in case. Go. And then, yeah, we need to clean up this nonsense. So, oh no, actually, I see what happened. This, I built this one as the copper one, and I built this one as the iron one. They've swapped somehow at some point. Silly Emma. This does actually make this easier because there's no underground belt here now. Oh, also that's supposed to be red belts. Okay, yeah, this is supposed to be iron, hence, you know, why it has all these iron mines feeding into it. Please remove all the copper. In fact, let's make these bulk inserters and move it a bit faster. All these furnaces that are smelting copper are not supposed to be smelting copper, they're supposed to be smelting iron. This belt is supposed to have iron on it, and this belt is supposed to have copper on. The one that's supposed to have copper on has more iron on it than the one that's supposed to have iron. Yeah. Somehow made it all its way all the way down here. Okay. This is the point where it's wrong. Certified says also, girlie, you don't gotta apologise for not spending thousands of hours in this game and playing imperfectly. No, I realise I don't. This was a bit of a silly mess up though. Okay. Yeah, okay, we've only got iron ore going in now. Oh no, we haven't. We've still got some copper here. I keep filling up my inventory. Let's take the copper ore and put it in. Yeah, see, this is supposed to be doing copper, but it's full of iron. Okay, the next hour or so of the stream might just be me fixing this. Apologies in advance. This is supposed to be copper. Copper. What's supposed to be here? If I'd actually been at my base and not off building a coal mine and fetching a blowhigh and other such things, I might have noticed sooner. Okay, copper or... Iron ore in. This. Now we're really short of steel because we've got copper going into the steel area. Okay, iron in there. This is long. Okay, we are filtering out the copper from now on. Good. Okay. Don't want this iron. Don't want this iron. Have you ever done this in Satisfactory, Harry? I think it would be harder to do in Satisfactory because, or at least easier to sort out in Satisfactory. Because in Satisfactory, smelt iron and smelt copper are separate recipes. So you have your smelter set to one or the other, and it will only do that one. Whereas in this game, you can actually... Not this bad. Yeah, so in that game, if you fed the wrong kind of ore into a smelter, it just wouldn't do anything. Whereas in this game, you don't set recipes on smelters, they just smelt whatever thing you put in. Without regard to whether that's the right thing. So it can get fairly far in the process before you get to a ingredient that it just... Yeah. If you try and use copper to make gears, it's not going to work. Okay, I think... Yeah, there we are. That's now 100% copper. And means... Sort this out now. I'm going to have random chests full of copper lying around for a while now. Right, is everyone doing iron now? No, you're not doing iron. Please do iron. There we go. Okay, everyone's doing iron. That's a good sign. Oh, that this box is full. That's a problem. No, we've got copper coming back in because the box was full. Emma, you idiot. Okay, better. Then we just need to take the copper out of here. That's all iron now, so that's fixed. We have yet more stray copper. See if we can feed some of this copper into here. Oh. Feed some of the iron into the steel furnaces. Go. While we're at it, let's get rid of this stone that we're carrying around for no reason. Okay, we are getting there. That should now be only iron. Okay, this is too full of copper to move. Right, just have to... This is supposed to be the copper belt. Oops. It's supposed to be the iron belt. Also, this should be red letters, sorry. Put this back up. Get everything out of the side branches where it's gone wrong. Okay, I think it's mostly fixed. That's all the iron gone out of there now. Okay, what was I doing? Oh, I was researching. Yeah, I wanted to research something that needed military science, and I never did because we haven't made any military science yet. We do have a full belt of coal, which was one of the problems we had, which is why we made a coal mine. See, look, we have plenty of coal now. We have our steel production running again. Now twice the... Oh, that's got copper in steel. Steel production is twice the speed it was because we upgraded the furnaces. So maybe we've got enough steel, although we probably haven't. Oh, that's... we still haven't produced any military science yet, though, so I must have done something wrong somewhere. Oh, also we have yellow science. Why do we have yellow science on both sides of the belt? That's not right. Okay. Further investigation is needed. This is supposed to be iron. Supposed to be iron. This is supposed to be iron. Good thing is you've got too much resources in your inventory. You can just walk around, find machines that need that thing, and just control click them and feed it in. It's a good way of getting rid of stuff you don't want. Okay, our pipes need iron. This needs copper. Somehow managed to become entirely filled with iron. That's alright, that's alright. That's supposed to be iron. You're very precise with your positioning. You can just pick up one side of the belt. Nom nom. That's okay. That's okay. Okay, that's got some iron on that shouldn't be there. Doesn't have copper on it. This is supposed to be copper. Iron. Oh, I never actually finished this part. Altibago says, anybody know how long, how I've managed to be on this planet for so long and still don't know what to buy people for the festive gifting period? Don't worry, Tibago, I have no idea either. If you're talking about me, then it's very easy. I don't expect anything at all. But a plushie would usually work, or a gift sub on Twitch. But not everybody is as easy to buy for as I am, I think. Okay, why is our military science not actually getting used for research? Because look, we've made loads of it. Oh, it's on the wrong side. Oh. Okay, let's get this belt flipped around the right way. That explains why it's on both sides of this as well. Okay, there we go. You get some extra yellow signs. How lucky. And I think I already set this belt up to handle the military science. Yes, I did. I put it on my sushi belt arrangement. Okay, I think our factory is working again. Let's try and get rid of these resources we've stockpiled around the place. Oh. There's coal in our stone belt. What the? Now what? This isn't touching the coal. Oh, is this touching the coal? Is there coal under this? Oh, this is... that's... Apparently, this tile has coal on it. There's one piece there. Oh, stupid game. Okay, fine. No stone for you. Also, yeah, we are really running out of coal. It's a good thing I built that mine when I did. I've got like none left here. Silly game. remember when I said Celeste was a silly game. I lied. This is the silliest game. Hello, Starcasted. Welcome in. Starcasted, you've just missed me panicking for half an hour because I'd accidentally mixed up my iron and copper belts. I've just got everything sorted, but literally all my copper belts had iron on and all my iron belts had copper on. And I've been frantically unpacking it. There we go. Research and technology with military science packs. That's what we were doing. We just wanted that achievement. I'm going to queue up a bunch of other military technologies. Just so our factory is doing something. More drone pets today, it seems. I have robots now in my base, if that's what you mean. That is very true. And I have far too much copper as a result of having to clean it off all my belts. I'm just redistributing it. Apparently I have far too much. Robot Uprising. So you can, at the point where you have enough resources to make as many bots as you like, you do have the option of basically doing away with belts and just have robots carry everything around. That is a thing you can do. It's not necessarily a good way to make a base. It does get very laggy once you have, tens of thousands of robots flying around. But I think there's no right or wrong way to play the game. Just trying to hunt down every possible place to put some copper. Ah, this is a good place to put some copper. Yeah, this sort of thing, Starcasted, I've spent half an hour trying to deal with. I finally managed to... No, I can see some here. Finally managed to deal with it all. Yeah. And we built military science, aka grey science. We're quite close to being able to research this is the technology you need to research to actually beat the game, which is the rocket silo. We do need one more purple science technology. Maybe I'll do that next. It's productivity modules and speed modules. We already did the productivity modules. And then I would actually quite like to make some of these modules. Not the speed ones so much, but the productivity ones. The way that productivity modules work is you put the modules in your assembling machines and all the modules you put them in your assembling machines, and efficiency modules make the machines take less power, speed modules make the machines run faster but take more power. Productivity modules make the machines produce more product from the same inputs. And so when you're building really, really, really huge bases, you tend to want to put productivity modules in as many of your assemblers as possible. Because if you think about having them in every step of the process, so smelters, well, actually, not steel furnaces, but electric furnaces can have them in. So you get slightly more iron plates from your iron ore. And then every step of the assembler. So you'd have your green circuit assemblers would get slightly more green circuits. Your red circuit assemblers would get slightly more red circuits from your green circuits, and so on. And so by the time you get to the end of the production chain with the rocket silo, you're actually making significantly more stuff than you would otherwise be. But the one place where you really do need productivity modules, I think, is in the rocket silo. It makes the rocket so much cheaper. However, as I've already showed you, I think, in an earlier stream, they're very expensive. Tier 3 productivity module is 4 Tier 2 productivity modules, plus 5 processing units, plus 5 advanced circuits. And the Tier 2s are themselves 4 Tier 1s, plus 5 processing units, plus 5 advanced circuits. And the Tier 1s are each 5 electronic circuits and 5 advanced circuits. So one Tier 3 productivity module takes 645 copper plates, 290 iron plates, 210 plastic, and 25 processing units. And the processing units themselves take huge amounts of copper. Yeah, 40 copper each. So 40 times 25 is 1,000. So yeah, it's actually 1,645 copper to make one productivity module. So I'm going to build a productivity module factory. However, I expect to make about 4 of them. And I only need to make about 4 of them to beat the game. Now, we did make Tier 1 productivity modules already to make Purple Science. And I'm not sure whether I should extend this belt to bring the Tier 1 modules over, or if I should just set up another area of Tier 1 module production. I think I might just set up a separate area for making modules as modules rather than making modules to go into the science, because it's only combining these 2 ingredients. So I shall do that. I'll do productivity and speed modules, because why not? We don't really need efficiency modules. Efficiency modules, although they do reduce power consumption, they also slow the machines down. And you end up needing more machines, which then needs more power. The main reason to have them is that they reduce pollution. So you put them in your mining areas and they reduce pollution, which reduces biter attacks. But we're playing with biters off anyway. So let's build module production. I'll build for the productivity modules first. I think the recipes are the same. For Tier 3 and Tier 2, it's just that different recipes. So once we've built one of them, we can copy and paste it to the other. This needs green and red circuits. Ren says to keep hiding into conveyor tunnels. Oh, referring to the wrong type of plates. Yes. Yes, if you hold F while walking along a belt, and it just picks up whatever's on that belt. But it doesn't pick up from underground belts. So you run along the belt picking up everything, and then it turns out there was stuff hiding underground. Okay, so that's going to give us tier 1 modules. Again, we already did those once. But this time we're going to feed them into a tier 2 module. And the way that these work, tier 2 modules take 30 seconds to craft and require 4 tier 1 modules. Tier 1 modules take 15 seconds to craft. So 4 tier 1 module assemblers can feed 2 tier 2 module assemblers. And then tier 3 modules take 60 seconds to craft and require 4 tier 2s. So 2 tier 2s can feed 1 tier 3. And all this looping of the belts is overkill for just 1. Actually, yeah, I'll do the looping of the belts for other things, but for this I can probably just directly feed them, because yeah, it's always going to be 4 to 2 to 1. So if I put down more, if I put another 4 down, I can do another 4 to 2 to 1. I do need space to get the remaining ingredients in, of course. So maybe that. So 2 of these can hit one of these. And then I need to bring in red and blue circuits for these. Actually, let's make this gap 3 tiles. We can still, a long insert will span 3 tiles, so a long insert will fit in this gap like that. And then let's put these together like that. Put red and blue on the same belt by doing this. Hello Hazel Azazel, welcome in. Hazel, I hope you're doing well. Or at least doing. Hope you're hanging in there. And I hope you had a good weekend. Thank you so much for redeeming Creeping Sancfoil as your flower of the day. Slice Spike says, I think you've got it backwards. 1 productivity mod 1 feeds 2 prod mod 2. No, these take 15 seconds and these take 30 seconds. So these are twice as fast. But these need 4 module 1s. So 4 every 30 seconds is 1 every 7.5 seconds. And this produces half a module every 7.5 seconds. So yeah, it's 4 of these, make 2 of these, make 1 of these. I've seen this set up on something similar to this. I think their setup is a bit more elegant. I have seen this done on a multiplayer server before. I believe this ratio... we're not actually going to be able to sustain this ratio anyway, I think, because we're going to run out of blue circuits. Hazel, good to see you. I don't know if you've ever played Factorio before. Is what we are doing today. And thank you for being cute, as always. Let me actually move this. I'll move that down and put this inserter here. Oh, we finished the speed moves. Okay, we can actually research the rocket silo now. It's 1,000 of each science, so it's going to be a while, but we'll start that going. I want to make this so that... Can I fit... not quite. I was hoping to fit the assembler in here and be able to feed it from both of these. I just can't quite do that. Hazel says, I'm not a Factorio person, but it probably won't surprise you at all that my wife has been playing it non-stop since the space update. That actually doesn't surprise me, Hazel. I hope she's having a good time with it. I'm just playing the vanilla game at the moment, not the Space Age expansion. Because although I've joined various multiplayer servers, I've never actually done a complete playthrough from start to finish on my own. So I'm doing that today. And I might try the Space Age expansion afterwards. Let me do a quick shout out to the one and only Hazel Azazelzel, who is absolutely amazing streamer. Much very high energy compared to me. I don't know how she manages it. Definitely worth checking out. Hazel says, "Good luck. I hope you love it." Well, thank you. No problem, Hazel. I always try to support my friends. I'm just lamenting the fact that there's not enough space here. I need one block more space, and I think I'm actually going to move this down in order to create one block more of space. Then I move these down, then I can move this down. It doesn't really matter. In a game with infinite space to use, there's no need to save one block of space, but I want everything to look nice and neat. And I can put this one in the middle, and this also needs red and blue circuits, so I can feed it like that, and then I can feed these in at the sides. And that's a complete tier 3 module setup. The only problem with it is the amount of input you require to make this many modules is more than what I'm doing. But let's ignore that problem for now. Now let's also not make more than one stack of these because my entire base would run out of stuff. Hazel says, "I completely feel you. You got to have that symmetry." Exactly. And these are very, very slow to make. This is how fast the tier 2s craft, and the tier 3s are half the speed of that. So we'll be waiting around a while. Let's just put these in. And then what I want to do for speed modules is same thing again, but over here. And if I do that, and then put the box there, and put this power pole there, then we have a sort of mirrored symmetry, which I think looks kind of nice. I put a bunch of advanced circuits in here, but I actually need them to make another roboport so that our robots can come out here and actually build it. Tibago is using the Hazel Azazelzel command. I'm afraid it doesn't work at the moment because I had to redo my OBS setup. I sincerely apologise. It used to do a colour filter that turns the stream bright pink, purple and yellow. Maybe I can redo it. Okay. So we whacked up the saturation. And we did a color multiply by, what was it? Was it like that color? Not quite. Oh, we did a hue shift as well. That's close to what we had. Then we needed to make it a bit more visible. It doesn't help that the ground is green, and green is not a hazel colour. Hazel colours are orange, purple, pink, blue. There we go. I'm gonna call this Hazelfied. I realised that it's not quite hazelfied because the green circuits are still green. But the blue circuits are pink, so we sort of hazelfied it. And the grass is still green. So yeah, for a while I had a filter like this. It worked really well with Spiritfarer, funnily enough. We had a filter like this, and then we had a Hazel Azazelzel command that made everything these colours. This is not necessarily a recommended way to play the game. I should stress that. Starcasted says, do you still know which item is which? Ah, well, you see, I can cheat because this is an OBS color correction filter. So my game on the other screen is still in normal colors. It's only the stream that's in funny colors. It's only my viewers that have to suffer, not me. But yes, the iron plates are now pink, and the copper plates are now yellow, and the red circuits are orange, and the blue circuits are pink. So I mean, certainly, yeah. If you try to decide, let's go and look at the sciences actually. I will turn this off in a few minutes. I just want to look at all the sciences and see what colours they've come out as. Also, thank you, T-Bago, for redeeming drink water and stretch. Purple milk thistle. Harry is annoyed with me and says I should play using the OBS view. The problem is the OBS view is only about half the screen because I've also got the chat and the audio levels and the activity feed. So I'd be like this, trying to figure out what everything was. Okay, here's the science. So red science is orange, green science is blue, blue science is now dark blue, purple science is pink, yellow science is a sort of radioactive luminous yellow, and military science is also pink. Yeah. Honestly, I think I could get used to this, but I'm not going to subject my viewers to it anymore. Filters off. There we go. There we go. Doesn't it look boring now? Look at the Science Lab Disco Party, says Slice Blake. Fun fact, there is a mod for this game, which is actually called Disco Science, which turns this effect on the labs into an actual, like, multicolored disco effect. And I would use that mod if I didn't want to get the achievements. Maybe in our final stream of this, I will turn on that mod and we can see what it looks like. Okay, I will do those redeems in just a sec, T-Bago. I just want to go and check that the bots are actually building that factory that I plopped down. Hello, Michael, who says, may I leave a few humble ballons of gratitude for my stream? This is a thing that we have going on Nespa's channel. Thank you for the balloons. I noticed those are not Nespa balloons. They are just... But I suppose they're pride balloons, so that's still appropriate. I think Nespa's balloons are a channel point reward, so not everyone has them, so that's fine. But welcome in, Michael. We're playing Factorio today, but you're actually just in time for the botany segment. we like to take a break in the middle of our streams and talk about flowers for a few minutes because when I'm not playing video games on the internet, I am a botanist in real life. And I like to share that with my viewers. Michael says they are very humble balloons. Hers are better by far. Oh, that's nice. Well, we know what game her balloons are from now because she was playing that very game. I just want to finish building this before we do the redeems because otherwise I'll forget what I was doing. This needs to be red plus green science. Goes through there. We don't actually need all of these things. Not all of these need to go right to the end of the belt. I think there might not be anything else that uses copper. But because I can't remember all the recipes, I'm just going to send them all to the end of the belt for now, and then fix it later. So, there. And then, oh, I forgot to change the recipes. These need to be making speed modules, not productivity. That, and like, oops, that, and like that. And look, we have actually made 5 whole productivity modules. Wow, that's more than I thought we'd do. So let's leave that going for the moment. Right. We have been going for about 2 hours, so good chance for people to move around a bit, take a sip of water if they've been watching for 2 hours. Stretching with this belt is awkward. But that's okay. It looks pretty. Which is what really matters, you know. Oh. So, El Tobacco has requested purple milk thistle, also known as boar thistle. There are many species of thistles native to the UK. By far the most common is one known as creeping thistle. And then there is also spear thistle, probably the second most common. Which I believe is the one that's like the Scottish emblem, although correct me if I'm wrong on that. Purple milk thistle is not as common. In fact, I'm not even sure if it's native to the UK. Like all thistles, it has pinkish purple flower and lots of spines. Just looking for a good picture that shows the leaves as well as the flower. I often have to end up showing 2 pictures. Will not surprise you to learn that it's very spiky. Thistle leaves. Okay, here we are. Somebody has photographed the leaves. Go. I will get one of my books and see what it has to say. Huh. Tibago, you've picked something so rare it's not in my book. You've been trying to do that for a while, haven't you? Well, that is... I think it is actually non-native, which is probably why. These books have almost every native species in Britain and Ireland. So I think El Tibago's thrown me a curveball by picking a non-native one. But that's fine. We can still read about it. I just need to get one of my other books. I'm going to check both of these. This is Stacey's New Flora of the British Isles. This is the definitive list of every plant that grows in Britain and Ireland. If it's not in this book, it doesn't exist. I've also got a Collins one as well. El Tibago says the Latin name on BSBI map does give another common name, but can't seem to find what it is it's cut off. No problem. I'm going by Latin names for all of this anyway, so no worries. I'm pretty sure I've got the right plant. I'll just check whether it's in this one. Yeah, but it's alright when people request like Buttercup or something, but Tibago likes to make me work hard on this. Lactites. Okay, it's not in that one either. It will be in this one though, unless he's making it up. Yep, it is. 732. Aha, yes, okay, so the alternative common name, apart from purple milk thistle and boar thistle, it's also known as Mediterranean thistle. And that gives you a clue as to its origin. Although, apparently it's also native to Asia. But within Europe, it is native to southern Europe. So it is an annual, and the stems are not winged. So a lot of thistles, the stems actually, not only are the leaves and the flower heads prickly, but as if that wasn't enough, the stem will also have prickles on it. But then some thistles have smooth stems. This is a smooth stemmed one. Leaves, obviously, deeply lobed and spiny. And purple flower. Pappus, many rows of feathery hairs. Yeah, I don't think it's any different to... let me just show you what I'm on about. When thistles go to seed, the flower turns into like this clump of very hairy seeds, which looks a bit like this. This isn't a Mediterranean thistle, but they all look pretty much like that. And can be distinguished from other thistles because a receptacle is hairy, not scaly. Okay, that's interesting. You'd pretty much have to dismantle a flower, or dissect is the word I want. You'd have to dissect a flower to actually see the part that you need to distinguish it from other thistles, but that's what the book says. Grows up to 1 meter tall, and yes, is found mostly in waste ground in Britain and Ireland, and has been spread by birds. So I think it's actually I think it's actually in some commercial bird seed varieties. So you buy something like thistle seed. You can actually buy packs of thistle seed to feed birds like goldfinches. And this will be one of the plants that they put in that mix. So scattered records in southern England, but increasing, which makes sense because feeding birds from commercial seed is a practice that has increased a lot in recent decades. Let's see what the VSBI Atlas page has to say about it. Indian thistle. So yeah, this bit of blurb here is what would be in my book if my book had this plant in it. This is what each page of my book basically looks like. An annual or biennial herb with a striking variegated foliage. So variegated means that the leaves are not a solid colour. They're not just green. They have these white patterns to them. Grown as a garden plant where it often self-seeds, but also found on tips and other waste places, possibly originating from birdseed. As I say, I do think it's in commercial birdseed mixes. I feel like not many people grow thistles as garden plants, even non-native ones, but perhaps they do. In cultivation by 1738, but not grown widely until comparatively recently. The first record in the wild was in 1798. First record originating from garden cultivation, only 1986. And yeah, as you can see there, records in southern England. One record in North Somerset, apparently. I might bring up the map and see where that is. So I will not dox myself, but I live in North Somerset. The UK is divided into what are called vice counties for the purpose of botanical recording. And Somerset is split in two for that, and it's the original ceremonial county of Somerset, so it includes Baines and North Somerset and parts of Bristol. Okay, here we are. This is North Somerset, and actually, yeah, the record I was on about is actually near Bradford on Avon, so that's in Wiltshire. There are no records of this plant in North Somerset, which is why I don't remember seeing it. But I'm sure one day it will escape from a garden somewhere or something like that. Ren says, I used to buy a seed blend to put in my bird feeders, but they seem to discard everything but the black oil sunflower seeds, so now I just buy huge bags of that. It varies from one species of bird to another. I think goldfinches in particular are particularly notorious for they only like thistle seed and one other kind of seed, I think. And if you give them a mixed seed feeder, they will actually throw out all the seeds to get to the one they want. When that happens, invariably there's a pigeon or something waddling around under the feeder, catching all the remaining seeds that they threw out. So the seed does get eaten. But yes, I can see that. Bagger says, I think that's 3 I've requested that aren't in the book. The book is still winning. I mean, obviously, as I say, this book, Stacey's Flora, will have everything in. You're not going to find something that isn't in there but does grow in the UK. And the other books, I think I mean, these books are huge. I think their aim was to include every native species apart from some really, really rare ones. So it's this big. So don't feel too bad about not finding something that's not in there. Anyway, that has been Mediterranean thistle, aka purple milk thistle, aka boar thistle. I'll just put these books back and then we'll carry on. Harry said, oh dear, that's not a good sign. Harry says, I remember the other book has been brought out at least once. My factory appears to have no power. Ren says, keep calm and do botany. I do try to, Ren. Although, yeah, El Tibago did once redeem something that wasn't even a plant. Silly Tibago. Okay, this is a problem. What has happened to my factory? Why do I have no power? So what that usually means is my coal belt has run out of coal, and then means my coal power station has stopped working. What I don't get though is I thought we had plenty of coal. So what's going on? Like, we literally had a train bringing more coal in. Also, why are the lights in there? I understand why these other things are in there. So let's try and track down what happened here. So the problem is you can get into a sort of vicious circle. Obviously, because your coal miners use electricity, if you run out of coal, so you're not producing enough electricity, then your coal miners won't run. Then you won't get any coal to make any electricity. But I have a train bringing in more coal. What's happened to that? Oh, Emma, you idiot. Sorry, Emma's an idiot. Emma left the coal train switched off because she was going to add 3 more wagons to it. And then got completely distracted by the mix-up of the iron and copper on the belt. Let me go and fetch some steel to make those wagons. And then we'll go and get some coal, because we pretty badly need it now. I'm going to assume that we have some steel somewhere, because the whole factory's stopped running. There we go. Okay. Ren says, this reminds me of letting SimCity run overnight, only to wake up in the morning and find the whole city burnt down. LT Bagger says Godzilla. Yes, some versions of SimCity had Godzilla in it as well. That is a real danger. If you play this game with biters enabled, then that is a real danger. If your factory runs out of power, then the biters will just destroy it. So you can't really AFK on a factory with biters enabled until you have a different source of power. But I have biters off, and I think you'll agree that was probably the best choice. This should be an easy fix. All I should need to do is get this train running again. And trains are not electric. Trains use coal. So the train will work just fine with the power out. The miners at the other end won't work fine. But we can maybe shovel some coal in there by hand to get it running. Ren says, possibly, I think by the time I saw the aftermath, many decades had passed. Okay, are you going to refuse to go in because the other train is in there? You are, aren't you? Okay, we actually need a signal here to let both trains use this line. Like there. And then, there we go, yeah. Let's also put one here. Okay, yeah, none of the none of the inserters are going to work. But that's okay. I'm just going to scoop up some coal and feed it in. The good news about this game, well, and most factory games, I think, Satisfactory is the same. Conveyor belts don't require electricity to run. They operate on some magical infinite power source that just keeps them moving forever. Okay, we have coal. Let's go back to the base. And then what I'm actually going to do as well, I'm going to replace one row of these inserters with burner inserters. Burner inserters, the inserter itself runs off coal, so they can keep running even if the power's out. The downside is you have to feed them coal. So they're fine for inserting coal into things. If you want to insert pretty much anything other than coal, using a burner inserter is a very bad idea because you'd have to have a whole separate belt of coal just to power the inserter. In this case, it'll help mean if the power ever goes out, we can get it back again. So it's maybe for the best. I'll only do that for one of these lines, not for the other three. So that will give us some coal. We are already prioritizing output towards the power station, although we should do the same here. Prioritize that way. And I believe the inserters on the coal power station are also already burner inserters. Yes, okay, so they will also work without needing electricity. So that should be enough to kickstart things again. And then we probably need to expand our power setup, because what I suspect happened was we used more power than we had capacity for. I think, actually, well, it's not what the graph is saying. Our capacity was about 35 megawatts, and it peaked at about 30 megawatts when we were doing the botany, and then it stopped. So I'm not quite sure what happened there. Hello, Izzy the Penguin. Welcome in. Thank you for redeeming Aubrietta as your flower of the day. We were playing Factorio, but we are currently not playing anything because the I accidentally ran out of coal, which made my power station run out of coal, which made everything else run out of power. So the entire factory is sat there doing nothing until I turn the power back on. Izzy says the garden must grow. Yes, much like the factory, the gardens are getting ever bigger. I was just saying at the start of the stream that we are almost out of flowers and I need to add some more to the list. Right, power is slowly starting back up. So yeah, see this graph on here that says satisfaction? This is how much power the machines would like to draw, and this is how much we're providing. So right now we are not providing nearly enough power. Hopefully, once all these machines are filled, we will be providing enough power. Actually, yeah, no, it's... according to this, the factory is requesting 114 megawatts. And yeah, last time I checked, peak consumption was about 30. So why do we suddenly need 110? Oh, it's the RoboPorts. Ah, yeah. So RoboPorts need electricity to charge the robots up, and currently that's requesting twice as much power as the rest of the factory combined, which is obviously the problem. Hello to Satchatort, who says, first factory. This is my first time playing the game from start to finish on my own. I've joined multiplayer servers before, so I have an idea of how it all works and what to do. But I've just never actually done it all from start to finish myself. So I'm not doing Space Age, I'm just doing the vanilla game, and then if I do all right with that, I might do Space Age. And we've just had our first power outage. I left the game running in the background while we had a break, and when I came back from my break, there was no power. And it appears the culprit is the robots. Okay, it is recovering. It's only wanting 75 megawatts now instead of 120. Ren says, does the electricity power the nearest things first? I don't think it does. I think it just you connect to a wire, and then the wire spreads the electricity evenly around the factory. It does. If you're not getting enough power, things will still run, but they'll run slower. So right now, you see we're not getting enough, we're only getting about half the electricity we need. That means everything is still running, but it's running at half speed. So these inserters are running at half speed, the chemical plants are running at half speed. Such a Taught says, okay, it looks so organised and then you run out of power, I'm surprised. What I did was I built a bunch of RoboPorts and set the robots building stuff. But this is my entire power generation. It's just these steam engines here, which is evidently not enough to support robots. Yeah, the rest of my base is actually quite organised. I've got like a bus here with all the resources on, and then assembly machines. But yeah, you see, I did only have a trickle of coal coming in, but now that my coal miners have power again, we have more coal coming in. And hopefully that should keep going now. And it should slowly... Yeah, see, it's almost recovered now. We've got about 3/4 of the power we need. And that's because... see that how the RoboPorts have stopped requesting power. This green line here, this was the RoboPorts. So there was a brief spike of them wanting to charge all those robots that I was using for construction. And then once all the robots are charged, it doesn't need any power anymore. However, clearly I do need to expand my power setup, so let's do that now. Maybe we'll make another column of coal mines. I would like to maybe do solar power or even nuclear power at some point. However, solar power, you need so much solar power to power even a small base that you'd want to use robots to build it. But if the whole problem I'm having here is how much power it takes to charge robots, so that doesn't really solve the issue. So at least in the short term, I'm just going to build more coal power. So that. I wonder if I can make robots build my coal power. The problem with that is I haven't actually automated steam engines or boilers or any of the stuff I would need to do that. Also, we seem to be back down to a trickle of coal. Where's all our coal going? Who's eating all the coal? Well, oh yeah, I don't have a coal patch left, but the train should be bringing more. Where is my coal train? Oh. I just got an achievement for crafting a speed module 3 as well. This is the factory that caused me to run out of power, was building this speed module 3 factory. It's good to see that I'm at least getting something out of it. Hello Ferrin, who says all of the coal miners have just had their belts cleared, so none of them have blocked outputs. So your miners might be drawing more power than your usual baseline, assuming you are generally mining coal faster than you're using it. Absolutely true, yes. But it was mostly just the roboports. LT Bago, why did you tell them? Yeah, about an hour ago, I accidentally renamed my iron train stop to have the same name as my copper train stop. So my copper train started going to the iron station, and my iron train started going to the copper station, and all of my copper and iron plate belts had mixed resources on them. And that was a mess, and it took me a solid half an hour to sort out. And I have learnt my lesson, and I have now put filter inserters onto the stations. I was literally unloading iron here and copper here, but also the right thing. So yeah, that was a mistake. Hello to Ramphoricus. Hello. Welcome in, and are you okay with chat explaining some of the mechanics? Feel free to explain mechanics if you would like. I think I know what's going on. Oh, also, yeah, look, our coal train's back. Good, okay. This should solve our coal issues for the foreseeable future. What's going on here? Never mind. I put this inserter. Sorry, I put this inserter the wrong way round. This inserter is diligently unloading the coal, and then this inserter is loading it back in again. And the worst part is it's a burner inserter, so it's using up coal to do this. Okay. Good news is you can rotate inserters from the map view, so I don't have to run all the way up there to fix it. I can just hit R. That's better. I wondered why I only had half a belt on the bottom. That was the reason. The reason I have burner inserters here, by the way, is like a emergency measure in case I run out of power again. The train can still unload some coal. Ramphoricus, most call me Ram. Hello Ram, I shall call you Ram. Good to see you. Ram says it's the robots themselves that have batteries. The roboports themselves that have batteries, doing most of the drain when you restart power. Bots do make it worse. Well, yeah, so the bots would drain the roboport by charging, and then the roboport would draw more. Yeah, I think I understand what you mean. So the robots have an internal battery so that they can fly around, and then recharge. But I think, yeah, you can't actually see it because my face cam is in the way. But when you hover over a roboport, it does say it has a little bar for how much electricity it has in it. So it can recharge up to 4 robots at once. Each robot charge needs 500 kilowatts, so it can draw up to 2 megawatts recharging robots. But then it would draw that more power to recharge itself from the grid. That makes sense. And it draws 50 kilowatts no matter what. Just sitting there, it draws 50 kilowatts. Min consumption is the robot itself. Yeah. So every building in the game draws a small amount of power just to exist. Assembling machines 2.5 kilowatts just to exist, and then 77 kilowatts to actually run. Even inserters take 400 watts to sit idle, and 15 kilowatts to operate. 400 watts is small enough amount of power that you'd never notice, but the game does account for it. Okay. Probably didn't bring enough iron to actually make all this stuff. Never mind. But yes, anyone is welcome to. I'm not worried about spoilers or anything for this game because I have beaten the game before as part of a multiplayer server. So I don't know all the details of the Space Age expansion yet, but I know. I mean, I'm sure there are things I don't know about. Like, I'm not really sure how nuclear power works in this game. But I'm not worried about spoilers, so chat are free to say anything they want about that. Okay. Right, I do need more iron in order to actually build the steam engine. If only I hadn't crashed this stupid thing, none of this would have happened. What does this mean? Train cannot find path to destination. What have I done? Have I broken a train? Ah, this one. No path. Well, you're the iron train, and the iron patch is here. And so you should just be going down there and then down there. Why can you not do that? Let's go and find out, I guess. I mean, the coal train is running, so I know that it works at least as far as there. Yes, we are going on a train ride. I wish my debugging sessions at work involved riding a train, but they don't. Tibago says, is it run by Northern Rail? That would explain it. I mean, substitute local train operating company of choice, Tibago. It's not like the trains are any better here. Okay, so have I put a signal? Oh, it's this signal. This needs to be a two-way signal. That's the problem. Silly Emma. There needs to be one there. Right, now it should happily go to... yeah, okay, there we are. Problem solved. Crisis averted. Also, I'm going to ask you to go straight back because I'm not walking the whole way. Ram says, when you have a train open, you can control-click a destination for it to drive for you. Can you? Oh, you can. Oh, that's nice. It's not as fun though. Like this probably like obeys signals and does collision avoidance and stuff. Where's the fun in that? I still haven't got run over by a train in this game, by the way. I'm waiting for it to happen. It definitely will happen at some point. Okay, let's go and get some iron and make a ton of. I drove the train into the wrong station. That was silly of me. Go and make some more steam engines. Oh, now we've run out of iron. We've only run out of iron because I was messing around with the iron train, though. We're not actually running out of iron. Nom, 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 nom. We're going to be running out of iron now because I'm going to steal it all from my steam engines. Nom, 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 nom. How many do we actually need? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 22. I'm not sure why I'm building steam engines in blocks of 22, by the way. It's an odd number. It's not an odd number, it's an even number. But it's an odd... As even numbers go, it's quite an odd one. Look, it makes sense in my head, okay? Okay, that's enough. Right, build all of them. Hopefully we get some more iron soon. This is our original iron patch, which is looking a bit bare now. can't actually... Oh, I can actually if I do this. I want to mine this bit that's near the stone without mining the stone as well. I still haven't fixed the fact that this one wooden power pole is responsible for powering the entire base, by the way. Don't worry about it, it's fine. Ren says, did you build the prime factor puzzle in Human Resource Machine after last stream? No, so Ren, I did go back into Human Resource Machine to do one thing. There is an achievement for solving a puzzle really badly, which I hadn't got. Not that I hadn't solved puzzles badly, but I hadn't solved them badly enough, apparently. So I went back into the game just to get that achievement, which I did post that on my Discord. I'm going to attempt the prime factor puzzle at the start of next week's Saturday stream. And if I manage to do it, then great. If I don't manage to do it, that's fine. We'll just continue with 7 Billion Humans, which is the sequel to that game. I have been thinking about how I would do it, and I think I have some ideas. But we'll see next week. I need that one apparently. Right, that should be enough. Yeah, that's now 47 megawatts of power, which should be enough to keep us satisfied. For a bit. I am, as I say, I'm considering doing nuclear power just out of interest to figure out how it works. We would need to research some more technologies in order to do that. We're not quite there yet. Hello, Matcha Catcher. Welcome in. Thank you for redeeming your flower of the day. And also requesting Blowhigh. We actually had Blowhigh already this stream. In fact, we had 2 requests for it, so I suppose I should still be holding it. I put it down because we did our botany segment. Can I, like, put Blowhigh above the camera? I don't have to hold him. The way to have Blowhigh permanently on screen. Perfect. It is completely blocking the monitor in front of me, by the way. I'm now having to look at OBS to see where I'm going. Matcha says use the other camera for a Blowhigh cam. I have considered that, Matcha. The problem is the 2 camera setup is so fiddly to get working and so unreliable. It was a miracle I got it working for that one Dwarf stream. I would have to restart my PC to get it working, and I don't want to restart my PC in the middle of the stream. But it is a great idea, Matcha. Thank you for sharing it. And yes, I had considered having a Blowhigh cam. But yeah, I'm now staring directly into the face of a shark here. Which is a little bit intimidating. Oh, Farron says missing 3 boilers. Am I missing 3 boilers? Did I... Oh, I literally didn't build 3 boilers. Thank you for pointing that out. Let me go and build 3 boilers. Sorry, Emma is not always entirely with it. Or ever entirely with it. Or ever partly with it. Emma doesn't even know what it is. There we go. That's actually 54 megawatts. Better than I thought. Okay, how is our science doing? We are completely out of purple science, apparently. What is the hold-up with purple science? Hold-up with the purple science is... nothing. So, oh. Oh, there's coal on the... There's coal on the stone belt. For God's sake. I already fixed the miner that was doing this, but I thought I'd fix the belt as well. Clearly I haven't. Okay. That's why purple science had stopped. I might just upgrade these machines as well. Because I think I have enough power to care for it. You are still not running. Oh, we haven't got enough steel. Oh, more coal. We are very short of steel. I think it's time to build some more steel smelting. Or actually, maybe just that this steel isn't getting enough iron. Do we maybe need another iron train or another iron mine? Now that it's not being supplemented by our starting patch anymore. Actually, this is... Yeah, this is red belt, but this is only yellow belt. Oh, so this one tile is only yellow belt. Yeah, this should really all be red belt. Might just be a case of upgrading these belts to get more iron in. I'm really tempted to stand on the train track to do this, and I'm not going to, because I know if I do, a train will come. Played this game long enough. Be careful. I'm not sure if the inserters... I don't think fast inserters can actually keep up with fast belts on 3 per belt or 3 per half belt. I'm going to do this anyway. It's going down from 4 to 2 here. So 4 yellow belts equals 2 red belts, and everything's balanced anyway. It's just while I'm here, I'm going to upgrade these to red. And then maybe I do need to make another iron mine, because it seems like it's taking a while between trains. And what we'd like to have is 2 trains, and then while one of the trains is... loading up with iron at a mine, the other train is unloading at the base. Also, we run out of... have I got Roboport coverage here? Yes, okay. Just bots, please just upgrade this for me so I don't have to think about it. Thank you. Ren says, we put pennies on the train tracks when I was a kid. It won't. I can only put them next to the track, Ren. It won't let me put them on the track, I'm afraid. Right, what's actually doing... So the train right now presumably is at the iron patch. Yeah, I wonder if I should just have 2 iron trains, and then while one of them is at the patch, the other one's sitting in the station. Then that would still, even if we only have 1 mine, that would still be an improvement. Let me build another train. Of course, we have the problem that we're building more trains to deal with the lack of steel. But the trains need steel. So I'm probably making the problem worse. Okay. I don't have enough engines. That's okay. We can get some engines. Where are engines? Where are engines? Give me some. No. We've got no engines because we've got no steel. Which means blue science is going to be running slow as well. Oh. Why is it all so complicated? Let me steal the few engines that we do have. The problem is you can't craft engines by hand. You have to use a machine. So I do have to steal these ones. Okay, there we go. The gears. Yoink. And iron. Yoink. Yeah, we're just at the point in the game now where I've built the production buildings for everything we need, but not enough. We don't have enough production for everything we need. Like the factory is like top heavy. We have too much of the late game stuff and not enough of the top tier stuff, and not enough of the like mining of iron ore stuff. Once you've unloaded, I'm going to plonk another train down here. Do I have a limit on the station? Yeah, I have a limit of 1 train on the station. So the 1 train should sit here until the other train has departed, and then this train should leave. Hopefully, it might be a problem. The only thing that might be a problem is the fact that I only have this 1 2-way line. I might need to upgrade that to separate 1-way lines. But that's easily done. I have plenty of rails still. I might even... Let's have bots bring me more rails if I need them. A 500. Okay. Foreign said, why must it be so complicated? If only it was simpler to make an orbital launch vehicle out of rocks and dirt. Yeah, I'm... I feel like this one was made out of rocks and dirt. And look what happened to it. Okay. Rain. Wagons. Did I not buy... Oh, I didn't build the last wagon. So, go to unload iron and fill up. Go to unload iron and empty. Go. And then I think it will sit here until this station is free, but then once that station is free, it should set off. My understanding is correct. And if that's still not enough iron, then we'll need to hook up another iron mine. Or maybe, because this one is actually not using the whole patch, we could extend this one with red belts, because the mine is currently using yellow belts. So we could also do that. And then I don't think we actually need more steel smelting at the moment. I think the reason that it's slow is that it's not getting enough iron ore. We have managed to do 75% of the rocket silo research. So maybe next stream we will be launching our rocket, which would be good news. Not necessarily the last stream, because we might want to carry on and do some post-game stuff. Actually, the other thing I wanted to make was concrete. Concrete does need iron ore, which I appreciate is something we're short of, but it doesn't need much iron ore. It's 1 iron ore for 10 concrete. It needs stone, bricks and water. So the logical place to put concrete assembling is like near water, but also near your iron ore and your stone bricks, which isn't really a place that I have. But maybe we can make one. If I branch some iron ore off here, this will have iron ore on, I promise. Actually, yellow belt for this. Ren says, is that the victory condition of the rocket? Yeah, so in the vanilla game, if you launch a rocket to space, then the game is over. You have won. But it's not... There are a few things you can research after that. Launching a rocket with a satellite inside it will give you an extra type of science pack, a white or space science pack, which lets you do additional researches that upgrade things like mining speed, stuff like that. And those researches are infinite. So you do one level of them, and then the next level costs twice as much, and you do that, and then the next level costs twice as much. So what you can do at that point, if you want, is just try and build the biggest factory possible, and you can measure the size of your factory by how much science it produces every minute or whatever. You'll never run out of research things, but if you complete all of the non-infinite researches, you get an achievement. And things like nuclear power and spidertrons and stuff like that are all completely optional. So you can beat the game whilst not actually spend, in terms of cost, skipping quite a lot of the research, I think. Are the resources finite? Asks Ren. Yes, each patch of resources is finite. Having said that, they're quite big. This contains 8.6 million iron, and when it runs out, the map is... I think the map isn't technically infinite. The map is something crazy like 1 million blocks across. But, you know, there's more iron here and there's more iron here, and if I explored further out, there would be even more iron. So you're never going to use up all the iron on the map. You just... Every couple of 100 hours, you'd have to build a new resource patch somewhere. And I think the patches actually get bigger the further out you go as well. So let's put our concrete production here. I don't know how many I need. I'm just going to build 2 and see how we go. So they need water, which means we need to do pipe off of here. We can probably share with the oil. And do something like this. Just go. We obviously need power. And not forget lights. Gotta have those lights. And then we need iron ore and bricks. So this should be iron ore, although I noticed there seem to be no trains showing up. Have to look at that in a moment. And then bricks. Where are we making bricks? here? The bricks are... Why are we not making any bricks? Why does my factory keep breaking? Oh, it's the coal on the stone belt again, isn't it? Silly Emma. Okay, we are making bricks, so that's this one. Not to be confused with the steel. Then we can split that off. Put the steel underneath. Bricks this way. Make this little junction here even more complicated by trying to bring bricks across it. And bring those over here. And that should be everything we need to make concrete. Oh. Except I can't help but notice. Where has our iron ore gone? Okay, that train is still sat there. Oh, hang on. Are my trains deadlocked? Is this train refusing to come here because this is full and that train's refusing to go there because that is full? That's the problem. Can we maybe have train limit 2 here and then it works? Like, this train should set off now, right? Oh, wait, no, what? Why have I got unload iron? Why have I got unload iron and then unload iron? Emma, are you sure your head is screwed on straight, Emma? Go and unload the iron and wait until you've got full cargo. Yeah, that's not going to work, is it? Okay. Right, that one should set off, and now that this station is empty, that should allow the other one to set off with a full load of iron. And are they going to crash into each other? This is a problem. Yeah, that's not going to work, is it? Trains are hard. Or maybe Emma's just stupid. Please put the fuel in the car. Yeah, we're taking the car to sort this one. Izzy says someone needs to play more OpenTTD to do trains. I have actually played OpenTTD, although it was many years ago, and by that I literally mean it was about 20 years ago. Yes, OpenTTD has been around that long. Yeah, I realise we've just replaced one type of deadlock with another. I know what I've done wrong, it's just this that hasn't prevented me from doing it. Harry says I had a lot of train issues in Satisfactory recently. Yeah, the thing is though, Satisfactory trains do not work like OpenTTD trains. And nor do... OpenTTD, Factorio and Satisfactory all have different types of train logic. OpenTTD's is the most sophisticated, but Factorio's is quite sophisticated. Satisfactory's is very simple. Trains can't repath while they're stopped at signals. They will only go to the shortest route to the closest station. So you're very limited in what you can do with Satisfactory. You can't have train stations and stuff like that. You can't have double lines and have the trains route around each other and stuff. But you can do that stuff in Factorio. But yeah, OpenTTD, you can do all kinds of crazy things. Izzy says, I remember that time in early to mid 2000s when the overlap between people using TTD patch and OpenTTD was happening. I never used TTD patch myself, but I was aware of its existence. Izzy says, this is just wanting me to play, making me want to play OpenTTD again. Yeah, Harry has posted a few screenshots of his Satisfactory train stations, and they are clearly OpenTTD inspired. But yeah, if you're trying to get your Satisfactory trains to work like that, they just don't. The big thing that Factorio has is it does have chain signals. So it has these normal signals and it has chain signals. So if you've got an intersection, you can tell the train to wait before the intersection rather than block it. And it does have two-way lines, as you can see here. However, if you want to prevent two trains from entering a two-way block and deadlocking each other, you do have to solve that problem yourself. No, hang on, that's not right. This train is now pointing the wrong way. This is not recommended in real life as a way to fix your train that's pointing the wrong way, but I can just detach the locomotive and put it on the other side. Yeah, this loop operates this direction. What I need to do is the train needs to wait short of this junction until this line is clear, which means I need to not have a signal here. And I need to have a signal on the other side of here so that this train can come in while this one is waiting to leave. So we just need a regular old signal here. And we can fit multiple trains here. Just in case we have more in the future, we might as well put one here. Go. Hello Subspace, who says, I'm imagining a giant crane that just picks up and moves the locomotive. Ram says, the thing about trains in Factorio is I understand how to do it properly, but it's incredibly hard to explain how. I mean, the real proper way to do it is just have one-way tracks, like just have a double one-way track. This is only happening because I've got a two-way track here because I'm too cheap/lazy to upgrade this to a double one-way track. So you have to make sure that the two-way segment goes all the way from the station to the other station, because if this train sets off from the station onto the two-way track and this train sets off from the station onto the two-way track, they're going to get stuck. So your two-way track has to be... it has to be a single block. Ram says double track is simpler, but this can be done properly. Yeah, I've done it. This is proper now because the two-way... this is now two-way, so it extends all the way to this intersection here. So this train can now, if I put it back in automatic mode and tell it to go to unknown iron, this train can now leave, but the two trains are never going to get stuck to each other. So yeah, it can be done properly, as Ram says. Please ignore me crashing into my base in the car. Izzy says, to be fair, changing the loco side is fairly common in real life. It just usually requires more track. I do not want to work in the rail yard where the standard procedure for turning the train round is picking up the locomotive by hand and flipping it over. Ferrin says, I suppose rail turntables have somewhat fallen out of fashion in most places. Factorio doesn't have rail turntables, but it probably has a mod that adds rail turntables. It has a mod for everything else. Okay, good news, we have iron. Look. We have iron going to our concrete. And well, we don't have stone. What happened to my stone bricks? Did I just never hook this belt up? Oh. Emma, why did you not... Never mind. Okay. Belt is hooked up. Bricks are coming. I think concrete is actually needed to build the rocket silo. Yeah, you need as you can see, it's an expensive building. You need 1,000 concrete. So concrete is a mandatory production item. Oh, have I also accidentally depowered my entire base? Yes, I have. But you can also use concrete to cover the floor with, and that makes you walk faster. It also looks nice. Like, I don't really like this green with weeds growing everywhere. It doesn't look much like a factory. It looks like you've just built some stuff on the ground. So I like to cover bases in concrete, but you do need a lot of concrete to do that. Actually output the concrete from the machines. There we go. But yeah, the first goal is just to stockpile 1,000 of it to make the rocket silo with. Maybe 2 machines is not enough actually. Maybe we need more than 2. Go with 4. 4 is more than 2. At least it was last time I checked. Is it worth... I think it may be worth shoving everything into one chest. Well, fast inserter, because this is making 10 at a time. Oh, actually, it's making them slow enough that maybe it doesn't need a fast inserter. This should probably be a bulk inserter. There we go. So bulk inserters, the amount that a bulk inserter can do at one time depends on your research level. I think it starts at 4, and then there are upgrades you can research to increase it more and more. And I think the maximum is 12. It's currently at 5, so it will pick up 5 things at a time, which obviously makes it much faster than a normal inserter, although not as fast as a belt. And then you can do this. And make your base out of concrete. But you can imagine how much... I mean, if your base is, let's say, 1,000 blocks long and 100 blocks tall, then that's 100,000 concrete you need to cover it all. So... and yeah, as you can see, my walk speed increases when I'm on the concrete. Hello, Pro Stoic, and also hello, Ratmost. Good to see both of you. Pro Stoic says, "Oh Lord, she's Factorioing." I've been Factorioing for like 4 streams now. Stoic, is this 4? Yeah, this is stream 5 actually. So yeah, much Factorioing has been happening, Stoic. We are doing pretty well. We're actually researching the rocket silo at the moment. And very slowly, mind you, but we are researching it. And we have our science setup here, which is still running out of purple science. What's going on? Ren says, does the upgrade automatically apply to the existing inserters? Yes. Any bulk inserters you've placed get upgraded. And any, I think, the later tiers actually affect... Yeah, fast inserters also get a stack size upgrade. So right now, fast inserters are doing 2 items at a time. And bulk inserters are doing 5, but they can do up to 12. hello, both Stoic and Ratmost. Let me give a shout out quickly to... I'll give a shout out to Stoic this time. Ratmost is also amazing best rat VTuber streamer, but I shouted her out last time, so this time it's Stoic's turn. Stoic is best Greek philosophy of Stoicism VTuber, which is quite a niche category, as opposed to rats. I'm sure there are other rat VTubers out there. I don't know if there's other Stoic VTubers out there. But they are both amazing, and you should check out both of them. He mostly does video games, but he will talk to you about Stoic philosophy if you show an interest. And he also has some nice emotes, such as that one there. Ratmo says, I know of at least 6 other RatTubers. Well, you would, wouldn't you? I mean, you presumably you have like a secret rat VTuber club that you're all members of, and you have a Discord server somewhere where you all hang out and share tips about how to be a rat VTuber. LT Bago says, I did find a streamer called Stoic Mom the other day. Interesting. Well, there's 2 possibilities there. Either that's Pro Stoic's mother streaming, or there are more Stoic streamers out there. Exciting possibility, isn't it? I can confirm that is not in fact my mother. We have a party line we call every 3rd Sunday, says Ratmost. I knew it. I think we need more green circuits. The reason we need more green circuits is because our blue circuit production is going nom 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 nom. Each blue circuit requires 20 green circuits, so this can pretty much slurp up maybe even an entire blue belt if you allowed it to. Let's start with this. A little less ambitious. And let's be super lazy and have the bots build it for us. Of course. This is the most satisfying part of this game, I think. And you get to the point where you don't actually have to do anything. There we go. Of course, you do still have to do things. You have to decide which blueprints to place where. Somebody somewhere has made like an entire base blueprint. And then you basically rush robot research. You like make the minimum size base necessary to get robots, and then you just let the robots build the rest of the base. It's, as I say, there's no wrong way to play this game, and that is certainly one of the ways you can play it. Subspace says 5 copper on the iron belt. Yeah, Subspace. You didn't see the first half of this stream where. I managed to mess up my train stations so that the iron train went to the copper station and the copper train went to the iron station, and all of my iron and copper belts were a mixture of the 2 types. And that took a good half an hour to untangle, so those are just left over from that. There was a moment when my base was in utter chaos. Subspace says, I think it was maybe on the southeast of the base. Yeah, there are probably a few leftovers. I'm not too bothered about them as long as they're not actually holding up production. Here it is. Yeah, okay. I'm going to be lazy and get the bots to fix it for me. There we are. Yeah, once you unlock robots in this game, you don't technically ever have to move your character. I could stand here for the rest of the game and just do things through the map view and order robots about. With the exception of if there's a power blackout because you ran out of coal. because the robots do need power. The one advantage of your character is it moves around without needing electricity. Or food, actually. You can eat fish in this game if you take damage, but if you don't take damage, you can just live forever on air and factory fumes. Oh, there was another one, says Subspace. Thank you for confirming. Let me find it. That's supposed to be like that. Bad copper. Buy a belt with green circuits. Well, I'm going to keep finding these now. Also, you can queue up things as I did there. So you can deconstruct a belt, and then the X means a robot's coming to deconstruct it. But while it's deconstructing, you can queue up a robot coming to build one as well. It's quite fun. Subspace says, also the character crafts twice as fast as the first automation machine. That is true, actually. It's a bit confusing how it's presented in-game. Tier 1 assemblers have a crafting speed of 0.5. Tier 2 have a crafting speed of 0.75. And then Tier 3, I think it's 1.25. The player has a crafting speed of 1. That's never actually... It doesn't say that anywhere in the game. But the machine crafting speeds are relative to the player. But there is only one player. So yes, a player can craft twice as fast as a Tier 1 assembler. But you can also just build 2 Tier 1 assemblers. Or 4, or 8, or 100. So handcrafting stuff is not necessary after the first part of the game. How's our concrete doing? That's a decent amount of concrete. You can... one thing you can do, and I learnt the hard way on a multiplayer server, that this is not necessarily a good idea, is you can tell bots to place down concrete. You can imagine, like, putting down a blueprint for, like, 10,000 concrete tiles, and then every robot in the entire factory for the next 4 hours is doing nothing but ferrying concrete back and forth. But yeah, it is very satisfying to just cover your entire base in concrete. It's just quite expensive to make all that concrete. And I think there's a key command to increase or decrease the area of this cursor as well. I thought it was plus and minus, but I'm just hitting plus and minus and it's not working. They did change a bunch of controls in 2.0. The control for shooting at things changed, as I discovered the hard way when I tried to shoot at something and nothing happened. Larger tower building. Oh, it's numpad plus now. Well, that's no good. I'm afraid I have a 80% keyboard with no numpad because it's more comfortable that way. So there we go. So you can build like this much concrete at once, if you have that much concrete, which I don't. So there's really no reason to use bots if you can just run along and stamp down that much concrete. There's not an awful lot of reason to use bots. But anyway, I'm just going to let that fill up so I have enough for the rocket silo. Maybe at the end of the game we'll try and fill the base with concrete. Ratmos just clipped... Oh, Ratmos just clipped me making funny noises for Blue Circuit production. Thank you for that, Ratmos. Ratmos says, BRB, time to make toast. Enjoy your toast. Are you having cheese with it? T-Baggo says you could put a numpad on your stream deck. Yes, I could have a dedicated key on my stream deck just for expanding tile placement area in Factorio. I could indeed do that. I'm not going to, but I could. Subspace says, part of me wants a smaller keyboard for mouse space and gaming, but I also use my numpad lock for productivity, page up, down, home end, etc. and browsing. Yeah, I have the arrow keys and the home end and page up, page down. I don't have the numpad, and it's actually like, it might be an age thing. This probably wasn't the case when I was younger, but my wrists get strained if I have to use a normal size keyboard. I like to have, not comfortable having my wrists like this. I like to have them closer together. So keyboard here, but I want my mouse to be right next to my keyboard, which means it has to be where the numpad would be. Maybe I could get a smaller keyboard with a separate numpad. Yeah, they do actually make separate numpads, which is cool. I mean, there's no reason to unless it's uncomfortable to use a full-size keyboard. I'm not saying that this is something that would be a problem for everyone. Just that's what I've personally found. When I decided to invest in a proper mechanical keyboard, I thought I might as well get a size that I'm comfortable with. Anyway, we are still having iron problems. Let's see what's... Oh. The iron train... No, that's the copper train. Oh, the copper train is... Yeah, I think we're finally running into problems with only having one track here. Yes, okay, we have a new deadlock. Okay, our trains are having a staring contest. Let's go and sort out the staring contest that our trains are having. Possibly just by building a two-way rail. I might actually need to do that now. Ren says, I use my work mouse left-handed, but I am left-handed, however I use my personal PC mouse right-handed. That's intriguing, Ren. I know a lot of people who use mouse left-handed. I'm not one of them. But I've never known people using mouse in both hands. You must be ambidextrous, I guess. Stoic says, I have a 96% keyboard, I like it. Yeah, I can't remember the percent number that it is if there's no numpad, but it's whatever number that is. Oh, it's because I put signals here. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna make a two-way rail, not for the whole rail network, just between the iron mine and the station. This can stay one way because there's only oil. This can stay one way. Let's do that. It will be better in the long run. Oh, that's no. It's annoying. Go one tile further. Okay. Wait, what? Oops. Is there no position that... Yeah, there. That's where I wanted to build. For some reason it wasn't building there. Subspace says a split spacebar with a numpad on a second function key or something seems interesting too. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of options now. I don't feel that I need the numpad day to day. I've never really missed it because I just remap things I need to remap. Bago says, I'm not even sure why I have a full-size keyboard. I'm a controller pleb. I mean, yeah, but like you don't use your controller for like web browsing, do you? Or do you? I don't know. Do you write Discord messages to people by using your controller to select individual letters? Okay, we need to actually redo this to go this way a bit. We have space for a junction. Then what we can do about this? This is a bit of a mess, this section, isn't it? I probably shouldn't have built it like this in the first place. So this is the way in. That's fine. On the way out. Actually, yeah, let me flip this station around and then they both exit the same way. That will be better. You know, it's always fun to experiment with these things. Why can I not place the station on the other side? Is it because there's a one-way signal and the game is smart enough to go, Emma, you can't place the station on that side because it's a one-way track? Appreciate you looking out for me, game. Wait, hang on. Hang on, why do neither of these placements line up with the with the inserters? What's going on there? Help, I'm confused. Does it? Can you not turn a... Oh wow, you can't turn a train, you can't turn a station round without moving everything. I never knew that. That's annoying. Okay, you learn something new every day. Hello, Grimsel. Grimsel says, hi Gertrude, hi chat, how grows the factory? I'm doing alright. We had a belt mix-up catastrophe earlier, then we had a power outage catastrophe, and now we have a train deadlock catastrophe. So just the standard Factorio player experience, I would say. It's all good. Hope you're having a great weekend as well, Grimsel. Iltibago says there aren't enough good left-handed mice. Yeah, that is a problem. People, right-handedness is the default. Left-handed discrimination doesn't get enough publicity, I think. Fun fact, I actually write left-handed, but I use a mouse in my right hand. Why? Well, when I first started writing, which was several years before I ever touched a mouse, being old as I am, I just happened to use my left hand, and when I first used a mouse, I happened to use my right hand, because that's what... The mouse was positioned for right-handed use, and the pen and paper weren't, so... I am just weird like that, I guess. So, am I left-handed or right-handed? Who can say? Okay, this is not called Jazzy 246. This is called Iron. To be blue. I shouldn't be so fussy about the colour of my train stations, but I am. And then hopefully I can loop this back around. Don't have space to loop it back round. Okay, just about have space to loop it back round. Izzy says, if it's just missing the numpad, it's usually called a 10 keyless. Yeah, I have heard that term, but I was aware that some manufacturers do like a percent number for how big the keyboard is. And I think the one I've got was sold with that. Okay, so now both of these stations are coming in on this track and then going out on this track. So we can have those two tracks be independent of each other. Solve some of our problems. Not all our problems, but some of our problems. Let's try and do this. There we go. This bit's going to stay two-way. And this just needs to come off here. Place. Okay. Thing. How are we doing for time? Okay, 20 minutes or so. We probably going to have doing this train thing be the last thing we do today. So no rocket silo today, probably. But next week we will most likely launch our rocket, which is exciting. Okay. My trains are driving on the left, by the way, because I am British and that's the side that we drive on in this country. If you don't like it, I am sorry, but I'm afraid you'll have to live with it. Wait, those signals aren't opposite. Need opposite signals here. Wait, no, this piece is one way. That's okay. I just need a chain signal there. That need to be a chain signal? Maybe it does. And there. Okay. There needs to be a chain signal there. And then we also have to signal down here. This intersection and this intersection and this. I will, yeah, I am letting two trains sit here if they want to as well. Oh, hang on. No, the rearmost carriage is going to back over this intersection now, so we actually need to shift the whole thing down. Fun. Do that. When says I buy inexpensive symmetrically shaped mice. My mouse is actually left-handed. Oh, my mouse is inexpensive. I don't have one of these like gaming mice. I found a mouse that was comfortable for me years and years ago, and I bought 6 of them so that if one wears out, I can just use another one, and I can always have the same model. And so far, that's worked well. I have retired one of them already. Oh, I was going to have to move this whole thing anyway, wasn't I? I forgot about that. Yeah. Why are trains so difficult? It's because the rails and the stations are all on a 2x2 grid, whereas everything else in the game is on a 1x1 grid. What are we doing? Okay, I kind of need a train here for guidance. Subspace says I'm right-handed, but use an ambidextrous mouse. It has copies of the normal buttons, 4 or 5 on each side. Oh, buttons 4 and 5 on each side. And I use what would be button 5 on the right side as my push to talk key. The left one's functioning as normal. Yeah, I have I have 2 extra buttons, 4 and 5 by my thumb, which I don't use. And I just click them, and apparently they bring up map view in Factorio, and I did not know that. So there we go. Now I know. Ratmost says, a person could probably work out a glyph system with the controller sticks. Maybe. Don't know if anyone's ever done that. Like swipe type, yeah, like or just like the old T9 predictive text with 9 controller buttons. Is there really not space? Oh, I could put that one tile higher. That's why I was like, there must be space for a rail and a tree there. A tree, pylon. Izzy says LT Bago probably has a steno board laying around with Discord messages. Yeah, that sort of thing. You could, I think a controller has more buttons than a steno board, so you could actually use one for that purpose. Ren says, I love swipe. I never went through a dual thumb typing phase. On a full-size keyboard, I've always done like proper typing with all my fingers. My parents, my father in particular, has always typed with just 2 fingers, despite having worked in IT for many years. Okay, apparently I can't fit 2 power lines there. I didn't really use phones much before they were smart because I didn't have any friends. But yeah, I never really got on with texting with 9 keys either, or 10 keys, I guess. I was busy using a PC and using a full keyboard to communicate with people, so there we go. Debago says, my controller does have 20 buttons, not including the D-pad or analog stick directions. Says, wagons/locomotives are 6 tiles long, but there's a 1 tile gap in between. That 1 tile makes them misaligned. Yeah, I can see why it happens. It's just annoying that it happens. Okay, I actually need to redo this junction to have 2-way rail at this end. So if you're coming in this way, you actually always need to go straight forward. If you're coming out this way, you need to go this way. That. There. Okay, Emma very nearly got run over by a train. I told you it's gonna happen. Let's put that signal there and that one there. Let's make some more signals. Main signal there, exit there. In there, another chain there. We probably don't need all those chain signals, but I'm going to do them anyway. Yeah, I think that's all we need at that end. Ratmost says, I love the meta spelling that developed from it, also almost like touch sign. I don't know about mice, but about 20% of rats are left-handed. Ratmost knows all the rat facts. If ever there's a rat fact you didn't know, Ratmost has got your back. I have a couple of offline friends who are left-handed but use a mouse with their right. T-Pago remembers reading that in Rat. Yeah, I'm glad to hear you're also subscribed to Rat Facts magazine, T-Pago. Subspace says probably left-handed, right-handed training. Yeah, that was in reference all the way back. Sorry, I'm behind with chat. That was in reference to how to describe myself. I think it was just a coincidence that I started writing with my left hand, and I probably wouldn't if I started again today. But I guess it's good to have both hands used for something. Keeps them both... Like, I think some people... It helps that I play piano as well. So both my hands have to be dexterous, I guess. I think some people like their dominant hand does everything and their non-dominant hand is a bit more limited. Ben says, I learned lefty mouse late in life. I had the hardest time highlighting a piece of text because I couldn't make perfectly horizontal movements. Yeah, I have used a mouse left-handed before when I got some really bad cramps in my right hand and it hurt to use a mouse. I used it left-handed. But yeah, I certainly can't do so anywhere near as effectively as I can. No, wait, hang on. I wanted you to go to... I just want it to be lined up with the station so that I put the rest of this in the right place. Why? No stops. Oh, I didn't rename the stop. Why? Well, I did, but then I moved it and didn't rename it again. Iron. There we go. Right, and then no, stop. Stop. I want you to go to the stop, and then I want you to stay there. Tibago says even a lot of symmetrical mice have side buttons on the left-hand side of the mouse, which are very awkward to use left-handed. Yeah, I can imagine that actually. I don't know why they do it that way. Because yeah, you'd be using your little finger to. Whoever designed that has obviously never been left-handed. Is obviously not left-handed, but also has never seen a left-handed person use a mouse. How do I? I'm going to have to get rid of this full cargo inventory condition just to make the train stop in the right place. Because I want to line everything up. There we go. Okay. So that goes there. That goes there. That goes there. Oh, we haven't. We also have no power because I disconnected the entire section. One piece of good news: trains in Factorio, the signals don't need power. Much like belts, the signal lights come from some strange infinite energy source that is unspecified. Which is good, because it means if your power goes down, your trains don't all crash into each other. It would be pretty terrible if a power outage meant your signal stopped working. This is another difference from Satisfactory as well. Satisfactory, if two trains hit each other, one of them just falls off the track. Factorio, if two trains hit each other, they take damage, and they will actually destroy themselves if they hit at high enough speed, along with everything that the wagon was carrying. Okay, full cargo, go. Ren says, rocket launches closed my favourite beach, the Canaveral National Seashore. I saw a rocket launch there when I was much younger, and my family went to the United States. We'll probably never do again. Sorry to hear that your favourite seashore is closed. I'd say on balance it's probably worth it. But yeah, rest assured that when I launch a rocket in this game, no beaches will need to be closed as a result. I need all four of them to connect. I also need to stick a couple of signals just along this track, just so that multiple trains can use it. Kind of the point of two-way track is it can have multiple trains on at once. So if I don't put signals on it, it's defeats the point. Ratmost says, I know an older guy like that. He writes with his right hand, but does all other fine manipulation with his left. He's about 75. Yeah, I might be like that person then, which is interesting. don't know anyone personally who's the same as me. Subspace says, yeah, I think people used to try and force left-handed people to be right-handed in the past. Fortunately, yeah, I'm not so old that I was subjected to that. I kind of, at primary school, I sort of had one teacher try to force me to be right-handed, but I just ignored them and nothing happened. So it's definitely not as bad as it used to be. And even that, I mean, me being at primary school was a long time ago now. So I'm sure that doesn't happen at all nowadays. I think that's something that just wouldn't happen. Okay, Emma needs to be careful of trains again, clearly. That is the correct place for the exit. Needs a chain signal. That needs a chain signal. Needs an exit. Here needs a signal. That needs a signal. Okay, I think we're getting there. I know it's been a while. We are getting there. Just have another couple of signals here, maybe. Sorry, I'm very, very behind with chat. I will try and catch up now. Ren says, my mum has small hands and uses a tiny laptop mouse on her PC. Yeah, my mother also uses a tiny laptop mouse. I don't know how she does it. I have big hands. I don't know how well it comes across on stream. My fingers are actually quite small. I mean, we're going with typical adult male sizes here. Obviously, I'm trans, but that doesn't affect my hands. My fingers are smaller than average, but I have a very large palm. This measurement is like almost an inch longer than average. And so, of course, on a mouse, your whole palm rests on the mouse. So if the mouse is too small, the base of your wrist is on the table one side, and the fingers are touching the table on the other side, and you've like bridged over the whole mouse. So it's very uncomfortable to try and use it. Pro Stoic says, maybe I need more training. Thank you for that pun, Stoic. Much appreciated. I actually can't signal here because they're too close together, but that's fine. I don't care. I think I've actually done this right. All the trains should be running now. Let's check. Well, you're not running. Oh no, you're filling up with iron. That's okay. We have one unpowered inserter. Oh, no, I have this in the wrong place. I'm sure I lined it up, but apparently I didn't. Okay, now it's correct. Sorry, that took a long time. I think... ZZZ, what does that mean? Destination stop full. Okay, this is what I wanted it to do, and it's actually working now. So because there's a train here, this train won't move, and then as soon as this train finishes unloading, the other train will move. And I think, yeah, now that we actually have enough iron to run the base, this train is, yeah, okay. We did it. Look, we did it. We have a functioning two-way rail. Everything is great. Now I can catch up with chat. Emma at the tech store. Cashier, this person buying mice for Vishnu. The fun fact about when I decided what mouse to use for basically my entire professional career, I didn't buy them at a shop, I bought them online. It wasn't so long ago that there wasn't online shopping. But I went to a shop to try out the mice to find ones I like the feel of. So I just went in, felt a bunch of mice, and went out again without buying anything. So, yeah, didn't really. The shop possibly deserved my business after letting me feel their mice. Subspace says, I remember many years ago when I was a poor teenage kid building their first computer, a computer store had a bin with a bunch of $1 membrane keyboards. So I bought a handful and stuck them in the closet and used them for years. Yeah, keyboard, I felt it was more important to have a mechanical keyboard that I liked the feel of, to not get too much tension in my fingers. At uni, I used a cheap keyboard, and I think I suffered because of that. Especially the laptop keyboards are the worst. The flat keys with no travel on them at all. So I got a mechanical keyboard, and then when I was going to start streaming, I actually realised the keys were a bit loud. So I got some little O-rings and put them on the switches to make them quieter. But I didn't like the sound. So then, and I posted this on my Discord, then I swapped all the switches for more expensive switches that have a nicer sound to them. So yeah, now I've invested this much in this keyboard, I'm probably keeping it. Easy says, my dad has always been a horrendous hunt and pecker. Yeah, a lot of people are. Ren says I was also a late adopter of the smartphone, so I went straight from T9 to swipe. I did T9 for a bit. Subspace says, I just noticed I text with my left thumb and right pointer finger when not using swipe. Interesting. Yeah, I don't do that, but I can see how that would happen. 20 buttons plus D-pad is the whole dang alphabet. You can just type, just map one letter of the alphabet plus space to each. You'd have to get the direction right. It would be like Celeste when you try and dash and you end up dashing the wrong way. You'd analog stick the wrong letter. Ren says that train was gunning for you. Yeah, that was a close one. My mouse has 19, not counting the scroll wheel. That is too many buttons for a mouse. What the hell? I find 3 to be more than enough. Even though I'm right-handed, sometimes I use my mouse left-handed when playing Flight Simulator because my right hand's using the yoke and throttle. I hadn't considered flight simulators. That's a good point. Yes. It's a long time since I played a flight simulator, and I didn't have a joystick when I did, so I just used the keyboard. But yeah, I can see how, you'd want the joystick in your dominant hand, probably. Izzy says, another one I have came with 3 different side plates, one with full numpad, one with 6 buttons, and one with 2. I use a 6-button one. Interesting. I didn't realise all this different hardware existed. I'm learning a lot today. Ren says, the Disney monorail collision avoidance system is called MAPO, short for is that, Mary Poppins, not Mary Poppins. Is Mary Poppins known for her collision avoidance? Interesting name. Izzy says, I have small hands, I wear extra small gloves, mice tend to be too big for me, and I have small unusual controller that use for all my controller games except Celeste. Interesting. I suppose maybe, having extra small hands is perhaps not a bad thing for a trans woman. I don't know if people get hands for you. I kind of wish mine was smaller, or at least my palm was in proportion with my fingers. I think it looks a bit silly. But yeah, I don't have a problem finding mice big enough. It's just I couldn't use one of those silly little laptop mice. But interesting. I didn't know they made smaller controllers, so that's nice. I'm glad you have something comfortable to use. Also, I'm just going round and round on a train right now while I talk to chat. We might as well look at the train while we go round. Everybody's talking about gaming mice, 16,400 DPI gaming mouse. Laptop keyboards are really annoying. Izzy says, I actually use a Razer Naga, but it's right on the edge of what I can use. I still get fatigue if I use it for too long. Interesting. Because of course, obviously, Izzy, you've got small hands, but I'm sure there are plenty of women out there with equally small hands, and I wonder if maybe computer peripherals, certainly computer peripherals aimed at gamers, are maybe too much designed for male hands, if that is actually a thing, because there's plenty of women out there who are proper gamers. I mean, look at Lana the Panda, for example. So I wonder if that is a thing that they struggle with. It never really occurred to me, obviously, with my big hands. Squidcoder says, hi, by the way, Squidcoder, I'm making a mod about gold for Factorio now. I can't believe how much progress I've made in only 2 days. Okay, yeah, Factorio is one of the best supported games for modders out there. As in, the dev team will actually support modding, like, way beyond what most dev teams would. Like, modding is usually a thing that's tolerated at best, but Factorio, they've been really good about putting extra things in to make modding easier and helping people mod, and even supporting, like if a crash happens because of a mod, they'll figure out why and that sort of thing. So there are loads and loads of mods out there for Factorio. Squid Coder, I don't know how long it's going to take you to finish your mod, but I could even try it out if it will be finished soon. Ren says the Mary Poppins name has to do with how the system was funded by profits from the film. Interesting. I suppose that makes sense. Thank you for sharing that little fact, Ren. Right, I have finally caught up with chat. It is about time for us to end stream, but I do want to at least make it back to my base. I actually did make it back to my base while I was talking to chat. But then, unfortunately, I I went all the way round on the train and came back again. So I will do that now. 12-hour Gertrude stream, says Stoic. No, unfortunately, Stoic, if you wanted a long Gertrude stream, it would have to be a Friday or a Saturday, because I do work on Mondays, and it is 11 PM here already. So I can't go too late. Okay, back. The rocket silo is 88% complete, so we're making some progress there. Oh, one of my trains is still saying can't find path to destination. Which one is that? Oh, it's that one, the coal train. Okay, why can you not find path to destination? Presumably you can figure out to come down here. So then, did I wire up the coal mine incorrectly? I don't think I did. It's just here. Okay, never mind. Looks like we've got one more piece of train debugging to do, and hopefully then we can end the stream. Whoops, no. So, yeah, this light is green, which means all branches are clear, so you can come this way. Then you can go this way. We haven't got any signals facing the wrong way here, have we? LTBago says, I know Logitech do make some of their mice in different sizes. The M650 comes in small, medium and large for sure. Yeah, mine is a Logitech, and I think mine was a large one. Hello, Brute Force. Welcome in. We'll be ending soon, but glad you were here to catch the end of the stream. Brute Force says they should make keyboards which are modular that way. You can swap them whether you're left-handed or right-handed. They should. I'm randomly around, says Brute. Well, thank you for being here, and thank you for redeeming your flower. And Lana, hello. Lana, I'm guessing you've just finished your stream. This is around the time you finished. So hope you had a good stream. Sorry I wasn't able to be there. Obviously, I was otherwise occupied. Yeah, everybody do go check out Lana the Panda and Brute Force. They're both streamers, but especially Lana. My favourite streamers right now. Let me give her a quick shout out. We actually mentioned your name a moment ago, Lana. People were talking about mice being too big or too small for their hands. I have very large hands, so I have to use a mouse that's big enough. And I did wonder if the gaming peripheral industry is too slanted towards making devices for male-sized hands. But I don't know if Lana has ever had problems with that. Space says being able to put the numpad and arrow keys on the left would be interesting. Yeah, I suppose if you're left-handed, it would make sense. To me, being right-handed, it makes sense that, well, right-handed for computer purposes, it makes sense to have the arrow keys on the right. But you're right, if you're left-handed, you'd want to control the arrow keys with your left hand, wouldn't you? LT Vago says, wow, especially Lana, sorry for the blatant disrespect from our streamer Brute. Brute Force is also a very good streamer, but Lana has recently done one of my favourite playthroughs of any game that any streamer has ever done in the form of Red Dead Redemption 2. And she does have a special place in my heart at the moment for that. That is all I will say. There are of course many other capable streamers, including everybody else in CCC Anomaly, which is the team that Lana is part of, and Brute Force, and many other people watching. In fact, I think my stream tends to attract more streamers than non-streamers. Thank you Grimzol for the 10 bits and the Lana Horse Punch emote to demonstrate one of the reasons I enjoyed Lana's stream. And hello also Cassie, welcome in, thank you for redeeming your flower of the day. Cassie, I hope you are well. I guess the sudden influx of people is due to Lana finishing her stream. These all seem like Lana regulars. We don't need this signal, but yeah, I'm at a loss as to why this train couldn't get here on its own, because it all seemed fine when I drove it. If I do the thing, yeah, I can literally shift click it to come all the way back round, so I don't see the issue here. Yeah, Cole is showing an X, no stops. Oh, no stops with his name exist. Oh wait, oh is it the train stop? Oh, the train's... No, the train stop isn't called Cole, is it? Silly Emma. Okay, train stop is called Cole. Now the train should work again. Yeah. We are having train issues, Lana and Brute and Cassie and others. We've literally spent the last hour and a half diagnosing problems with our rail network rather than actually building our factory. Oh, and now our power's run out again. I know why our power's run out. Our power's run out because we've got no coal, because our coal train hasn't been running. This game, sometimes. Thank you, Cassie, for redeeming Buglia as your flower of the day. Ratmo says skill, recognize skill. No, Lana is much... There's a reason I play puzzle games and not RPGs. I would not be nearly as good at them as Lana is. Lana is very, very cozy panda. Best panda. Cassie says that is a great emote. Yes, emote made by Fizzy, who is another member of CCC Anomaly, especially for Lana. It is amazing. Grimsol says, yeah, everybody loves Kevin. Ratmos says, holy shit, that rules. Yeah, so Lana got a few new emotes recently. There's, as I say, there's Tofu, Lana, Ophelia, Cora, and Fizzy. And out of them, Fizzy is an artist and has done, obviously, not only her own emotes, but emotes for some of the others. There's also a member of their community called MedJ, who has done most of Tofu's emotes and also some for Ophelia. I went my own way and got emotes from Loon, which I'm very happy with, but they do have some excellent artists in their community, and I can recommend both of them to anybody who's looking for emotes. But yeah, Lana recently got a few new ones, including the bombastic side-eye one. But I mean, your other emotes are also very nice. And I like Ophelia's otters. Ophelia's otters are really cute. They were just like a pre-made pack of emotes that Ophelia bought when she started streaming. But they're really cute as well. Ferrin says, I'm sorting out my trains in Cities Skylines 2 currently, so it's just a day for that, I guess. I guess it is, yes. And LT Vago says, Fizzy's emotes are either amazing or 100% Gremlin. You're saying that as if the Gremlin ones aren't also amazing, T-Bago. I think you can just say that Fizzy's emotes are amazing. Right, we have a serious coal problem. We have a serious power problem. This is exactly T-Bago. Thank you for spending 10 bits to demonstrate the Ooga Booga emote. Right, yeah, so you see the problem over the last hour or so. Let me set this to an hour. Yeah, so we had a power problem, we fixed it. We've had another power problem, we fixed that. But it is recovering again now. Because we've got our coal back. Okay, let's try not to let that happen again. It's as long as the trains keep running and then everything should be fine. Lana says yes, the emotes made by Fizzy are amazing. Okay. Yeah, we are over our time now, so let's see if we can wrap things up. 94% done on the rocket silo research, so that will definitely be our priority next stream. This is all that remains of our starting iron ore patch. There might be some more hiding under the belt, actually. And okay, yeah, we did eventually somewhat sort out our steel production and our circuit production. So, oh, we're still short on purple science. Oh, we are making purple science. Okay, we're just not making enough. Actually, we're not making enough red science. Oh, we are. Just over there. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, I think I'll leave it here. Sorry to the Lana people. Lana really streams almost exactly the same hours that I do. Not always the same days, but the same hours. So I never get to watch her when I'm live, and she never gets to watch me. But I tend to finish slightly later. Which is nice, because it means sometimes she raids me, of course. But it's not the best for viewing. Okay, we are still short of steel there. Right, next stream is going to be more steel production and rocket silo. But for now, Q. I've had this big shark here the whole time. Thank you everybody for watching. Thank you in particular to the people who spent some bits for an emote. As well as Stillspike for the follow. Thank you to everybody who shared some tips about the game. And to T-Bago for doing the redeems as usual. At most, yes, everybody, anyone who's not got their daily flower yet, make sure to get your flowers in quickly before we wrap up. Thank you for redeeming Southern Marsh Orchid as your flower of the day. And hello to Witch Among the Flowers, who says, lurking while streaming, sending you love. Thank you so much, Witch Among the Flowers. If you would like to get your daily flower in, we're going to be raiding out in just a moment, so you have a few minutes to do that. Based on your name, I think you would enjoy a daily flower. And Pro Stoic, thank you for redeeming Trailing Bellflower as your flower of the day. Ratmo says, interesting, looks a bit like foxglove. Oh, in response to Southern Marsh Orchid. Yes, so orchids do look a bit like foxgloves, but there's quite a difference in scale. The flower spike of a Southern Marsh Orchid would be about that big. And the flower spike of a foxglove would be about that big. Foxgloves are big plants. They can be as tall as a person. But in terms of the general shape, yes, they are both spikes of purple flowers. Which among the flowers username checks out, says Varis. Exactly, yes. She is an amazing artist as well. We've just been talking about artists. Which among the flowers does art streams as well, and she does physical art, not just digital art, which is nice. I sometimes feel like there's not enough physical art streamers out there on Twitch. Ratmus says, "Oh geez, I didn't get an idea of the scale." Yeah, foxgloves are really big. The flowers are often eye level, and the spikes are, as I say, 60, 77 centimeters typically. And orchids grow in meadows down low on the ground, and they rarely get more than 20, 30 centimeters tall. Hello, Matcha Catcher, who says, "Oh, we're ending. Bye and have a great rest of the day." Yeah, sorry, I know I'm ending just when there's lots of awesome people here. If one of you wants to go and talk to my boss and explain why it's really important that Emma doesn't get into work until mid-morning on Mondays because she was up all night streaming. If one of you wants to go and have that conversation, then by all means do, but I don't think I'm going to try myself. Matmos says, Orchid's just a little guy. Brute Force says, why is your name so awesome at Matcha Catcher? It really is an awesome name, isn't it? If you ignore the fact that that's not how you spell matcha. It's fine. Matcha is just an awesome person in general. Very dedicated viewer of my streams, but also writes a little poem every time we raid out, and I'm sure is composing one now as we speak, knowing that a raid is coming up. It's a very nice touch, and I've not seen anyone else do that on the stream, so I'm very, very glad to have them as part of our community. So much so that I even named my stream start music after them. It is called Matcha Catcher. Cassie says, okay, sure, what's your boss's number? You know what, I probably shouldn't share that on the internet. Cassie says, poem, okay, there was a young man from Nantucket. Matcha Catcher's poetry is more sophisticated than rude limericks, Cassie, I assure you. Oh, also, jump back into the game. We did just finish our rocket silo research. Just to show that we've done that. So yeah, next stream we will be doing the rocket for sure. And also I should probably have paused the game before we ended, in case anything bad happens. Cassie says, wow, I'm super offended. What, because I said you were going to write a rude limerick? Okay, what were you going to rhyme with Nantucket then, Cassie? 8675309 says Grimzor. No, Jenny is not my boss, I assure you. It was going to be super sophisticated, says Cassie. Yeah, it was just going to be about buckets and not anything else that rhymes with that. Right, I'm going to look for somebody to raid now. If anybody has any suggestions for raid targets, please do let me know. I was lurking Lana's stream in the background, so I can see where Lana has gone, and I can see why she went there as well, because she's gone to a stream that's doing the charity fundraiser thingy, which I am not. I'm sorry, but many streamers are, including CCC Anomaly streamers. I think all the CCC Anomaly streamers, except perhaps Ophelia. Just going to drop a belated Lana raid message in their stream before I look for somebody to raid. Okay. Yeah, Sunday is always awkward because most of my followers have gone to bed by now. But let's see who's on. Nocto is playing Final Fantasy XI. Oh, which one of the flowers just started streaming? I think she dropped a lurk and then immediately started streaming. We could go there. A while since we went there. Doesn't look like anyone else has got any suggestions. So let's see. When did we last go to which among the flowers? Yeah, it was like 6 weeks ago. I think we'll go there today. So she's not doing art today. She's playing Fields of Mystria. Which is one of those really cozy, like sort of kind of a bit like Stardew Valley type games, which is cool. Ratmos says most of my folks are not a good vibe match today. No problem, Ratmos. That's completely understood. If I ever get the chance to raid you, Ratmos, believe me, you are one of my first choices. But today we will go to which one of ours? T-Bagger says which is good. She deserves more viewers than she gets. Well, then we shall give her more viewers. Seems like a plan. So I will put a message in chat. if you would like to share a raid message, then you can use this one if you are subscribed. And if you're not subscribed, use any message you like, or any emotes you like rather. But here's an example with some dancing dinosaurs, which you can copy if you would like. I'm going to be back next Friday with hopefully the final part of Taiji. We should only have a few more puzzles to solve. Saturday is going to be continuing with the final level of final bonus level of Human Resource Machine, if we can figure it out. Whether or not we do, we'll then be starting 7 Billion Humans, which is the sequel. Those are both programming puzzle games. And then back here, same time, same place, for the next installment of Factorio, where hopefully we launch a rocket. Until then, thank you all very much for watching, and bye for now.